Council will come to order. It is 7 p.m. We do have a quorum. Councilmember Garrett Reed is absent tonight. He is out of town. In just a moment, I'm going to ask you to stand. We will be led in an opening prayer by Councilmember Perro. Immediately after that, we'll continue and be led in our pledges to the U.S. flag and the Texas flag by Mayor Pro Tem Lamont. Would you please stand?
Please join with me. Our most righteous Heavenly Father, Lord God Almighty, we thank you for this fantastic day. We thank you for the blessings of life that we all enjoy. We thank you for this fantastic country, this great state, and this beautiful community we all call home. We pray, Father, for wisdom tonight as we listen to one another's thoughts and ideas, that everything that is spoken here will be spoken with respect and consideration one for another, that will open up our hearts and our minds to the views of everyone who speaks. And we ask you be with this council as we make a decision that will affect this community. Give us wisdom to make the right decision based on facts and based on the will of the people who elected us to serve them. We ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
You may be seated. It is time for citizens' presentations. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the council on any matter, whether or not it's posted on the agenda. The council is not permitted to take action on or discuss any presentations made to the council at this time concerning an item not listed on the agenda. The council will hear presentations on specific agenda items prior to the council addressing those items. You may speak up to 4 minutes or a time limit determined by the mayor or presiding officer. To speak during this item, you must complete a speaker's form that indicates the topics of your statement. Topics of presentation should be limited to matters over which council has authority. Holly, did we have anybody sign up for this? Those 14 people didn't want to speak right there. All right, council, we go to the consent agenda. All matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine by the town council and will be enacted by one motion. There will not be separate discussion on these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Anybody wish to remove any of the items 1 through 7? Hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. Jim Farrow moved.
To approve the consent agenda, item 1 through item 7.
Seconded by, and Councilmember Rowe seconded. All in favor, show your hands. All opposed, same sign. It is unanimous, no opposed. We are in our regular session, and council, without objection, I'm going to move item 10 up so that we can deal with that item. It shouldn't take but a few moments, and then the people that came for that particular item would be able to leave. Item 10. Consider and take appropriate action regarding an ordinance providing for the issuance of the Town of Trophy Club, Texas General Application Refunding Bonds, Series 2015, awarding the sale thereof, levying a tax and payment thereof, authorizing the execution and delivery of a purchase agreement, a buying agent registrar agreement, and an escrow agreement, and enacting provisions incident and related to the subject and purposes of this ordinance. Do I have someone wishing to move the approval of ordinance 2015-15?
I would like to move to approve 2015-15.
Mayor Pro Tem Lamont moves. Do I have a second?
Second.
And Jim Perro has a second. Citizens, this action is what we might call refinancing a series of notes. that refinancing activity is going to save $218,561 in interest over the life of those bonds. So that's our purpose tonight. We do have Andrew Friedman here with us. Andrew is somewhere. I see him out there in the audience. And I don't know if Julie Fortin, yes, Julie's back in the back. Here, council, if you have any questions about that. Andrew or Julie, you want to make any comments, or Stephen, do you?
No, Mayor and Council, I do appreciate the opportunity to present this to the council. It's an obvious benefit to be able to save our residents and taxpayers $218,000 in interest. Assuming that the council does approve this evening, we'll need to take a few moments to execute the paperwork, and then that will be completed.
No, you will not. But okay. I did it assuming it's going to happen. Does anybody want to speak against doing this? Okay. Andrew, did you want to say anything? It's up to you.
We were very pleased with the bids. We received 6. I think that's a very strong signal of bond market participants' interest in the city, in the town, in your credit rating, helps drive that interest rate lower. So 2.18% on a 10-year refinancing. Still very, very good interest rate, especially in these uncertain times with everything that's going on across the globe. So we do recommend for the city to proceed with this refunding and lock in those savings of $218,000.
Thank you, Andrew.
I'm happy to answer any other questions regarding.
Council, any questions of that?
I just have one, just my own edification to understand the process. On page 119 of tonight's agenda, the September 1st, 2017 and the September 1st, 2018 redemption amounts are both $40,000, dropping from $350 in 16 and then $210 and in excess of $200 for the remaining years. And I'd just like to understand the process that allows us to enjoy that much of a saving for those 2 years. What is the vehicle that does that?
We've structured the refinance to take advantage of the difference in the debt service year over year in order to keep the tax rate the same. We're able to defer those savings. So seeing the principal amount go from $350,000 to $40,000 in a couple of those years is a function of helping push those savings back. It's just a structuring consideration. You could have pushed more principal up and had a different savings structure. It was really in working with town staff at exactly where we want our overall debt service payments across all of the town's bonding to come in aggregate, and how we set the tax rate for the year.
All right. Anybody else have a question for him? Anybody have a question for Julie Fortin, who's our bond counsel? Julie, thanks for coming tonight. All those in favor of approving the refunding and approving ordinance 2015-15, please show your hands. All opposed, same sign. No opposed. It is unanimous. So Holly, interrupt me if we still need any kind of signatures so we can.
Thank you, Mayor, if you don't mind, if I could just get a quick one for the purchaser. I'll let them sign the
Yes,
purchase
ma'am.
agreement. You know when I come, I always bring one document, sorry about that.
That's quite all right. Stephen, you were right.
Please sign those, and then this is for the purchaser. You're right, see it.
Thank you. Okay. Item 8. Receive an update from GSBS regarding the police and town hall facility, discussion and provide direction regarding update, facility, timeline, and project schedule. So you're on, guys.
Thank you, Mayor. I was pretty excited to see all these people tonight. I thought they were here for me.
They are.
Maybe they were, Tom.
And I'm gonna have a hard time topping saving $218,000. I'm trying to spend some of your money.
We need it, right?
Well, let's get on to it. You got a busy night, so I will, that's not what I want.
Okay.
We don't want the water. So we were here about a month ago, presented some design progress, and we've made a lot of progress since then. I'm going to go over some of the things that you asked us to respond to, and welcome your input through the next 15 minutes or an hour. Let's start with revisiting a side option. This is what we presented a month ago. We've tweaked this a little bit, and it includes a more refined look at the entry plaza into this proposed building. It also looks at the potential retaining walls that are needed in the front of the building that are an architectural element, and you'll see that a little later in the presentation. I want to remind you we've aligned the entry drive off of Trophy Wood Drive with the median cut. And so that obviously puts our parking on the south side of the site. These retaining walls that are in the front of the building are designed for about a 45-inch change of vertical elevation from the drive of the fire lane up to the front door of this proposed building. There will be additional retaining walls behind the building, and we're waiting for the civil engineer's input regarding that. One of the other things we've accounted for on the east side of the building is an equipment pad. This would be for things like the generator, the transformer, and any other mechanical equipment we might have outside the building. So that's within the fenced area of the property, so it's secured and it's screened in terms of the visual context. We're in excess of what's required for the city standards in parking. We have 144 total spaces, with 97 of those as non-secured employee and or visitor parking. Any questions there? We can always come back to this.
No? Anybody? Okay.
I'm going to go next to a variation of that site plan. There was some discussion staff-wise about potentially a 3,000 to 4,000 square foot building that might accommodate some other functions that are not part of this building. That could be, I think, Stephen, part of that discussion, maybe some animal control services and storage that you're currently paying off-site. And so we have shown that in back of the water tower, on the north side of the water tower. And in doing that, we're also pulling that drive as a through drive that's not secured over to East King Drive.
Is that just one story, or is that the 2 stories, sort of similar to the Methodist?
Philip, we can do that as a 1,500 square foot footplate as we had previously looked at on the church-related site that might have animal services on the first floor along with some PD functions, and then a second floor storage area, or it could be a 1-story building.
Hey, Stephen, we talked a long time ago about maybe being able to utilize the space here for an equipment yard type function as well. Does this design future-proof us for that, or no?
I don't think it prohibits us from it. I mean, I think that if the council desires to move in that direction for this type of facility, I think I would want to work with Tom and his staff to kind of really look at that outline and that layout to find the best possible location. I think tonight one of the things that we need to hear from you is exactly to the extent do we want to provide those services. And then I think from there we can kind of arrange it on paper. Because long term, that's kind of the plan, is to be able to have like a full function, our full operations here long term.
I think with the water tower being so close and kind of the layout of the way that entire land that we've purchased works, I feel like we would be remiss not to consider something in the future for equipment type stuff, gravel, trucks, implements, whatever, right? So, I mean, from my perspective, I'd like to see something that considers that. We can debate whether or not we want to ask folks for the money to build that now or not, but I would like to see the site reflect a plan for it.
Almost like a master plan of sorts?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's a little better having that exit and interrupt in TWC.
Oh, yeah.
So just remind me again, the building that we had on the Methodist property, how big was that?
And I did not bring that along tonight, Philip, because it was my hand sketch. It wasn't very good in terms of presentation, but we had about 900 square feet of animal control services. Now bear in mind, that was some assumptions I made, and we did not have any meetings with the animal control people. So that included an office, a small lobby, an area for volunteers to work, had a back room for animal services in terms of feeding and grooming and those kind of things, and then an area for the actual animals of about 5 dog runs that were 3 by 5, and then some smaller caged stacked runs with an outdoor area. So that was about 900 square feet, and we had about 600 square feet for police that you could bring a vehicle in and detain that vehicle and do what you need to do with that in terms of investigation. And then we put a second floor on that for that storage that you were talking about that you're paying for offsite.
Does that include an area for evidence storage, bicycles?
We did have in that 600 square feet, Mr. Farrell, thank you for bringing that up, we had some chain link storage inside of that to put bicycles, lawnmowers, those big things that keep as evidence that we don't want to put in the building.
So I'd like to remind everybody to use the microphone as best you can. Our video equipment got fried by the power outage yesterday, so we're using a camcorder in the back, and the only way we're getting audio is either what it's picking up via the speakers in the chamber or the tape that we have over that Polly has. So try to use the microphone, it'll help amplify everything you say. Thank you. Philip?
So why the 4,000?
I was just trying to illustrate that we could do something big with it.
And I think that, you know, if we want to lay out something like a master plan for the property, you know, I think that's something that we would want to talk to council about and say, okay, do you want to make an investment in this size that has the option of going to this size? Because we do have a maintenance barn that we do rent, and that houses all of our equipment inside of there, so that there is a need long-term to develop a long-term solution. And so I think how we kind of plan that and outline that as something, and how that fits into animal control, the holding facility, I think is integral, because I think we could probably hit a couple stones, or a couple birds with one stone.
How big is the storage facility?
I believe it is about 100 feet by 40 feet. Is that about right? I mean, somewhere off the top of my head, that would be about right.
All right. Go ahead.
Now I'm going to go to an alternate site plan you have not seen. There was some discussion about where might we expand this facility in the coming years if we needed to do that. I think if you want to take that into consideration, what I would suggest is we shift the building east by about 20 feet, and that allows us then to expand the town hall side toward Trophywood Drive, that 20 feet, which is about 1,800 square feet. I would suggest doing the same on the east end of the police department, allow a 20-foot zone that could be expanded should that need arise, so we keep that equipment pad and all those utilities out of that zone so we're not wasting money and tearing things up. So if that's a direction you want to consider as we get into final design, should the bond pass, then that's one approach. Another approach might be to shell in some space on a second floor, for instance, on the town hall side. It's very difficult to go back in and add it later, but if you wanted to spend the money and do a second floor shell, that might be something to consider. Have the same opportunities on the east end of the site with animal control, indoor storage, or other municipal buildings. If we looked at a master plan, we just slid that to the right 20 feet to accommodate these zones on the end of the building. We would design mechanical and electrical systems that are sized appropriately for this kind of expansion. So really the major work is the actual exterior part of that building and the finish out of that part of that building.
And Mayor and Council, one of the reasons I asked Tom to discuss this is that once the building is set to the west, you really have no option. So if it's 15 years from now, 20 years from now, 10 years from now, or maybe it's never, it's that you don't have that option going west if you build it to the build line at that point. You would have to shift it over today. And these are just those kind of things to keep in mind as we kind of go through this design process is, how do we want this to lay out today and perhaps in the future.
The cost of this shift from a physical standpoint is 2 parking spaces and 40 feet of green space in the northeast corner. That seems like a no-brainer to me. Like, no matter what we end up doing with your other choices, I think shifting this over 20 feet to give us this option and then do it another 20 on the other side, I mean, I think you have to.
So let's go ahead and deal with that. I'm just a second, see if anybody wants to express. You really don't have to make a motion. Let's just see. I've heard a couple of council members express they support that idea of shifting. Anybody else want to come in?
I'd be in favor of that.
Anybody against or say something?
That's good.
All right. So it looks like we're all in favor.
My
of
young
trying to
architect here is taking
plan.
notes.
Yes. Okay. Nick is taking notes. Good job.
And I know that Councilmember Reed is not here tonight, but he did express that he expressed to me that the idea of shifting it, he would be in favor of that.
So I'm going to bring us back. I'm making some notes of some things that we need decisions about. I'm going to bring us back to those decisions, but went ahead and got that one done, which is fine. All right, Tom, go ahead.
Next, I wanted to visit 3 items that the council brought up on the floor plan at the last meeting and how we've addressed those today. And bear in mind, we're about 5% into this design process. A lot of these decisions we don't finalize till 50% into the design process. But we want to get this as close as we can while we're working on this. So I want to look at this. You were concerned about the ramping and how we got back out of the council chambers into that conference room for your executive sessions and any other work you might do. And we've really, Nick's done a great job here in simplifying this, and we're dealing with the left side only. And we've picked up space on the right side that's now in that training, community, multi-purpose room. So we were able to pick up about 4 or 5 feet in that space. So now we have from ground floor of the seating area for the citizens. If you want to go up to the podium, you can go up this ramp, which is elevated about a foot and a half, and be up on this level. And likewise, down the ramp to the back break room and in through the community room. We could not find a reasonable way to get directly into that conference room. We think this is probably the best compromise, and it picks up some space. So that was one way I think we've solved that problem, and look for any other input you might have now or in the future.
Yeah, and one thing I'd like to note is that the reason the community room is structured that way onto the left, that conference room, is so that if there are groups in town or if there's multiple meetings that day, we have an additional conference room that can be used and access to the public without opening up the entire building. It's that idea that we're trying to make the building as open to the public as possible with multiple uses and purposes.
And while we're on that slide, and we have a captive audience, you'll notice at the bottom right of that drawing, there's some little dashed lines that go across, and then bottom right, some more dashed lines. The idea is a collapsible wall that can be pulled across so that all the seating area in the council chambers could be separated from the dais and the chairs. So that could also be used for meeting space at a future time. So that's the way that's being designed to help increase the flexibility of the building.
I just had one question. The door at the top of the ramp, I've not had a need to use a wheelchair, but if I was in one and I was trying to get up that ramp, I'm either going to have to go past the door and open it from behind to get in, and then when I'm leaving, I have to swing it out all the way open and kind of go around the door's edge to get into the room. Has any thought been given to using a pocket door, double pocket doors, to just slide into the wall so there is no obstruction coming or going for someone in a wheelchair?
This is a good point. First of all, the landing here that we've designed does meet the federal code. So yes, if you're coming up this way, you'd go past the door on the flat area and then pull the door open. But yes, we could use maybe not an in-pocket door, but we could use a sliding door, and I'll show you something similar in a minute, okay, that does meet the code. and that would be something to consider as well.
So I think, just to remind everybody, Tom, what you're saying is there's a lot of design left to do in detail. What we're trying to get to is size of building, elevation of building, any extra space that you want, because our next step, you're already working on this, is for your estimators to come back to us and say, here's what you think the cost of this building is, because at the first meeting in August, we have to decide if we're going to call a bond election and for how much money to build the building. So let's not get too bogged down in some of those details, but appreciate the comments. All right, Tom.
Jim, that was good though, because we are using some sliding doors in some instances. There was some concern, and we went back and forth with Stephen on this, and again, until we get this out to bid or final design, this is still flexible, it's still fluid. There was some concern about one in the elected official's office that any of you could use and make a reservation for if you were to meet someone or come into the building and work. A little more private than where we had it, which was the reception area for the police, so we've swapped that. Again, I think some discussions to be had with the chief, with staff, but that could address maybe your concern.
Now, this one I don't like. I think the reception should be a part of the police station. She shouldn't have to go out. That's just my preference.
What are you saying, Phil? I'm not quite sure what you're saying.
She has to, for E, it could be a E, has to go out into the lobby and then go back into the police station. So
Right.
that's not quite secure.
Yeah, in the
Right.
previous design, the reception office was behind the lobby, if you will, from a flow standpoint.
It was in the secured space.
And I think it, me personally, needs to stay there. Chief, you're the,
What we did do, Mayor, is I think at one time we showed the door and glass on this left wall of that elected official office. And again, if we made that opaque or frosted glass and pulled that door around to where we're showing it now, it gives you more privacy.
well, those details can be worked out.
And then there was some comments regarding, and I concurred with this, we had the AV door out in the public space. It's best to have it in this room because those IT guys are coming back and forth, working with this meeting. And it also gets it out of the way so we can make this wall a feature wall in the lobby. And then we showed at the receptionist desk if we should ever do that, so there's adequate room to do that. So I think those are the three main things we picked up from the last meeting. We've worked with staff on the rest of the plan on some minor things, and I think we've got that pretty well worked out. And again, it's a fluid working process. Mayor, anything there?
Anybody?
Again, the overall plan, and let me remind you, we're at 23,600 square feet. We are where I predicted we would be. We have 9,355 square feet of police department administration space. We have a town hall area, which is the blue area, of 7,834 square feet. The yellow area is public. It's the council chambers, it's this community conference room that Stephen mentioned, and the toilet rooms. Now, to a certain degree, this room, excuse me, I'm going to go back. This multi-purpose room, training, EOC, voting community, is really a public space as well, even though it's on the police side. But that's in the 9,000 square feet of the police. And then we have a common space in the back that both departments share in terms of break room and other amenities. It's about 1,000 feet. We've worked with the staff to tweak some things here, and we'll continue to do that as we move forward. The lightly illustrated walls that primarily ring the building, and in this case, this inner core here, and that ring the building here and here, are walls that we feel could be movable wall systems that we talked about at the last meeting. It was one of the comments that you and a couple of the citizens brought up. And so we've got some information on that. That type of system goes in after the carpet's on the floor and the ceilings are in and then the walls are put up. And so we're reasonably confident that the walls that we've shown, and probably 80% of the walls on the town hall side, could be this adjustable wall system that give you a tremendous amount of flexibility in 5, 10, or 20 years down the road, and about 50% of the walls on the PD side. The PD has some walls that, other walls that have to be more secure. So we'll share that in a minute. Nick and I, Stephen and some of his staff went to visit the local vendor of a particular system called DIRT system. DIRT stands for Do It Right This Time. The owner of DIRT system is the previous owner of Hayworth Systems Furniture, and after his non-compete was up, after he sold the business, he went back to design a better wall system, and it's pretty cool. And so we went to their showroom and looked at some systems, and then Stephen and I and a few of the staff members made a visit to an actual install in Los Colinas that's just been completed. I'll show you a few photos. I think it's something you ought to look at, you ought to consider, and I think we're trying to maybe get a field trip set up for you all, okay? So that was pretty exciting. And I'll go into that next.
And in general, Stephen responded to a question I had. It could be that that movable wall system is a comparable price of building walls. So if that turns out to be true, then a whole different maybe decision-making process. If it was considerably more money, you might, or less, it would also affect your decision. All right.
Mayor, we are being told it is comparable in cost. Now, bear in mind, this wall allows you to do things that the typical sheetrock wall doesn't allow you to do. And so if you were to look apples to apples with a lot of glass in those walls, finishes besides paint, marker boards, marker glass, sliding doors, then it would be comparable. If you don't want to do any of that, then it will be a little more expensive. Okay, but it's a nice system. It's very flexible in terms of IT, monitors in walls, TVs. These were 4 pictures I pulled out of some of the things we took at that visit. And this particular user has used this furniture before and has confirmed that they can make a change in hours on site. They can come in and reconfigure this overnight if they needed to. This whole installation of about 30,000 feet took 5 days. It's all pre-wired, pre-IT'd, and allows you this flexibility to do different finishes. So anyway, we are going to budget the system when we give you in a couple of weeks. Okay?
And one of the things that we're really looking at this is because of how do we need to adjust in the future? And if today, the way we are set up organizationally, the way we have our layout right now works. But in 5 years, maybe something changes and we want to combine space, we want to rearrange space. Well, this gives us the opportunity to at least move the walls, flex it, and have a little more flexibility without going into some maybe significant construction where you're ripping out walls and hiring contractors to do that. It's just something to keep in mind because we're trying to make this building, the whole plan is to make this a 40-year type building, that it will last 40 years. And how do we incorporate the most flexibility into the building space for that amount of time? I think we're going to have to see where the costs come out, but I think it's something we need to explore. And after going on site and seeing it and talking to some of the folks that have used this system, it's pretty neat. It seems like it's something we really need to explore.
All right. Questions, anybody? All right, come on, Tom.
After we left you at the last meeting a month ago, you asked us to take an image and we conveyed, which was similar to this, and we continue to work on that. This particular image, we've added some more extensive overhangs on the south face to shade the windows. Although I don't have materials here to show you tonight, I think we're looking at obviously some Texas stone of some kind, some architectural metal panels, and some architectural metal brackets that hold this overhang. So I think we shared this with you at last, this was a blow-up of that. What I wanted to point out here is this kind of helps define that entry plaza, which is about 1,000 square feet. It allows us to get people in from both sides of the building, from the parking on the east and the parking on the west, up into this space. It's 1,000 feet. It's large enough that you can do some presentations out there. You could put your Christmas tree out there. Okay, maybe there's a statue of your famous golfer in town that's there, or some temporary artwork. So it gives you some flexibility. The stone walls we were talking about are large quarried stone segments that are actually about 2 foot by 2 foot by 5 foot blocks that become an architectural landscaping wall that are in front of the building. We've had great success with that in a project for the University of North Texas Medical Center in Fort Worth here recently. Let's see, let's go now to some sketches. So the top illustrations are what we brought you back at the last meeting. You'd inquired about adding more glass. There's a variety of things we can do. We've just done some quick studies where we can add more glass in a variety of ways, and we just did not have time to illustrate that in that more rendered graphic presentation. Again, fluid, work in progress, would need your input in terms of how you would want us to proceed.
So if I'm looking at those drawings,
Let me describe this, Mayor. So we are looking, for instance, this elevation would be left. This would be the town hall side of the building, left of the entry. Entry would be here. We just illustrated that half of the building going east, and we're not showing the roof above it. These are quick studies that we've done. Likewise, same thing here. This full height glass, in fact, would be where development services are, that part of the plan, and a continuous ream of glass, or ribbon of glass, okay? This would be an illustration of the west elevation, which quite frankly is going to be almost obscured by the trees. We're going to get some great shade over there. So, some quick studies we've done, and something we can add to the graphic illustration once we continue to work.
all right.
We looked at another option that I think reflected more the materials that you have in the firehouse. That kind of stone, the red brick, the same metal panels, and the same gable treatments. I apologize here because we really rushed on this in the last 3 or 4 days, so if there is some interest here, we would, with your direction, could go back and refine this. We've spent more time on the other scheme than this scheme, but I think it has some potential. We just need some direction. The parking, all those other things, the entry plaza are similar, and again, we could study different glass formations. This was just a quick view, and let me show you the entry of that. Mayor, that's what I have tonight. We are on track to present by the 28th the project budget. It is not so dependent on which look you choose. Could there be some savings on one or the other? Probably. But what we're looking at here is the whole package in terms of site work, pavement, square footage, the quality of the finish out which we're using that's comparable to buildings of this type in the area. And so we will have that budget information to you prior to your meeting so you can review that. And I'm open for any other questions.
All right. So I have a series of things to try to get some decisions on tonight, but I don't want to restrict the questions council might have. So I'm going to just kind of read down this list, and council, if you have something that's not on this list, then we'll just go to that immediately if you have a question. But I made a few notes. One is option of design. So we've been really only presented 2 designs here. We don't have Garrett tonight. You don't have to make a decision tonight, but if you have an expression, we can deal with that. One of the questions that I'm going to ask is going to deal with some conversation we had about when we have court in the building, places for legal counsel to meet with their person, defendant that they're representing. And I don't remember if we allowed that or not. Tricia, did y'all create that in this schematic?
I did, and by default.
The elected official
Yeah.
office was to serve as kind of a tri-role purpose. It gives the elected official an opportunity to have a place to come to town hall, meet at their convenience with citizens or businesses or whatever they need to do. Number two, it also allows the opportunity for the police to have somebody come in and talk maybe in a less restricted environment where they would have to go through back into the back. So you can have a more maybe casual conversation with somebody, but still have some privacy. And then number three, it would also allow for those court days, for a place for an attorney to meet with their client. So it's kind of a multi-purpose office is the kind of way we envision it.
We made the decision about shifting the building. I want to talk about second story or other space, maintenance area, and animal facilities. So those are some of the things that I'm going to get you to make some indications tonight on. Do you have anything else you want to bring up tonight?
Just a question on two different designs. With all the glass, is there a significant increase in electrical costs?
I don't think so, Greg. The high-performance glass has gotten, is so good today that you look at the glass towers in these office buildings, they wouldn't be doing that if they had to spend a ton of air conditioning. So we do have an energy engineer on our staff, so when we get into this, further into design, we will engage Craig to help us with that, to study that, so we know what we are using and what the impact is. So we would look at, we could even look at triple pane glass, if that makes sense, okay? That cost us pretty down. So there are all kinds of options.
Yes, Jim?
Yeah, I don't know if this is time to express it, but I would like, since you spend as much time as you have on elevation one, if you could maybe spend some additional time on the elevation you brought to us tonight, to make those adjustments and tweaks with some additional raised areas, maybe stone in the brick, maybe some cast concrete and so on, to make it look a little more like an office than a schoolhouse. Right now, that's kind of the first impression I get, is like an elementary school or something.
Okay.
And so that's just my desire.
Okay, so we're on the concept of what does the building look like? Anybody want to talk about design one versus design two, or any comments that you have?
Yeah, I still lean towards the first one. I do agree with what Jim just said, though. You owe the process to this one as you did the first, and see what everyone thinks, especially with Garrett not here. I know Garrett has overseen the construction of a lot of different buildings, and he's going to have really good input. At the end of the day, what's going to sway me probably more is what the town manager thinks. You oversee the folks that are going to be coming here every day. Sorry, I'm talking with my hands a little too much. You're going to be in charge of the people that are going to be there every day. It's an office building first and foremost. It needs to kind of look like that, and it kind of needs to reflect the Trophywood development that we have ongoing there, and that's kind of your baby too. So, I mean, I could throw out a million opinions about aesthetics, but I think we'd be better suited hearing from you first before we get there. So that's me.
All right, anybody else?
I think if I had to choose between one and two, the glass being number one, I think that's the one I would choose. I'll just reiterate what Ryan said. I mean, most important is what Stephen comes up with, because he's working on the projects over there, and we need some synergy in that entire area to make it look like that area that all flows together. So I would lean towards one, but whatever Stephen, and the staff has to work there every day, and it should be a building they're proud of. Whereas we're just there a couple of times a month.
Yeah, I agree also. And it's a whole lot better than the first building that showed me. A lot better. I have to pass it twice a day, and I leave so early in the morning that I don't even notice when I pass it in the morning. So I agree with what Ryan and Tim say, that you know, staff has to work here every day. I lean towards number one, I like the other building. This look, I think it's modern, fits the area.
Greg?
I guess the issue I have with both of them is that because it's so long and looks so flat, is there a significant increase in cost if we raise the roof to make it a little more?
I think what may help, Greg, at some point in time, and it just depends what you want to instruct us to do, we could do a study model, and it may give you a better, a more accurate reflection of what we really do have in terms of those roof forms. Okay?
Mr. Mayor, one other comment.
Yes, Jim?
Just as a supplement to what I said earlier, the other concern I have is to, at some point, we're going to ask the people of Trophy Club to give us their input as to what they want to support us building. And I don't necessarily know that we can come to any kind of consensus with all the various residents in town.
Probably
But
not.
I certainly think that we should have something for them to choose from and see as alternatives, and not just focus just on one thing for now, and at least show them that we're giving them some options, because they're going to pay for this. They're going to drive past it every day for the next 40, 50 years. And so I think we need to give them some input into what they like, and we can use social media, we can have an open meeting or whatever, and bring the people into the conversation before we lock in the final decision.
All right, so what I've seen is, or heard, a suggestion for the architects to spend a little bit more time on option 2. And is there anybody that objects to them spending a little more time refining that? No
I'll
one?
just throw out what Garrett, what he communicated to me,
All
asked
right,
me to communicate.
please do.
Is that he wasn't a fan of the option 2, which was the more office, school-like design, and that he liked the one that has the more glass on the left, on the south, with the smaller windows. You know what I'm talking about? Okay.
All right, so a couple of thing that I want to discuss that I think might help what this building looks like, at least as opposed to it looking to a small one-story office building, is the concept of building a second story on one end at the beginning that you maybe don't finish out. But here's the reason I want to talk about it, council. We have had some discussion about the lot right directly across from this building that EDC 4B is in the process of purchasing. And we're purchasing that lot along with some other land to control the development so that somebody doesn't come in there and build a mini warehouse in front of us or whatever that might be. So that's our objective. And there was a series of discussions that council had about, well, given what's happening at Trophy Wood with a Holiday Inn opening, a Hampton Inn there, a Homewood Suites going in down by the hospital, the restaurants that we have planned there, that some type of civic conference center might fit there. And it might be something that we could fund with our hotel occupancy tax. But if the highest use of that lot that's right across from us became something different, then you lost potential meeting space. And so one of the thoughts I had was, as Tom mentioned, maybe looking at on the town hall side of adding a story or a half story or something, go ahead and put in stairways, place for elevator, as opposed to saying I'm going to expand the building east or west. I'm going to expand up if I need to, and we could build out very open space for meetings up there. Don't know what that cost would be, but what that would do is drastically change the elevation. So from the front, you're going to see one side of the building being taller. If it wasn't 2 stories totally, it was, half of the building, so it was offset back. That Trophy Wood Drive view of what you're going to see, which is the side of the building, what a lot of people are going to see, then is going to look different also. So that's just something I wanted to have some thought process on. I don't know that we need to finalize it tonight, but if we're doing cost estimates, we need to have some idea if you want to include that as a cost estimate or not. So let's discuss that and get comments of how you feel about maybe allowing for more height and space on the town hall side of the building.
We're talking about air conditioning or just more of a storage attic?
I'm not talking about storage attic, but I'm not necessarily saying that it's office. I'm saying it's open space. You might could use some of those movable walls. I'm not saying just leave it, without it being finished, but I don't know that you know exactly what walls you would do. At least you would have no expense to raise the roof, no expense to do some things there. You could, in fact, put in air conditioning, heating, electrical to some degree.
I mean, up front or at some point in time later on?
Either, but I would say up front.
Mayor,
Yes.
you would be required to put fire protection up there by code. If it was just empty space, you're required to have at least one stairwell if it's quote storage. We would want to condition to some degree, Greg, to just keep the space from the humidity. So you'd want to put some degree of AC in there and some degree of heat in the coldest days so you don't freeze those water lines.
I'd rather stay as close to the budget as possible.
Well, you don't know the budget.
I know what we asked him to stay as close to.
Well, you asked him to stay to square footage.
No, we asked him to stay at around 7 million. I mean, that's
Yeah,
what
we
don't
did
know
make, we
cost
did
per
make a
square
motion. But we did have that in a
we
motion.
did have, I mean, we wanted,
Yes, we did.
yeah, I mean, we wanted to keep this tight. That's my opinion.
And Councilmember Reed was very emphatic about watching how much we put into this building to stay within a number that will be something we could have the voters agree to, and that we don't want to go too high and affect that potential approval.
All right, anybody else?
I'd agree with Tim and Jim.
I think it's a mistake not to consider the cost of it. I'll just go on.
Well,
You can
hear
consider the
cost.
cost.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do.
So are you wanting to do this whole footprint or some of it, or what are you trying to do? Are you wanting to lay on top of this footprint, this town hall section? the second
Some
story?
degree of second story on top of
I think
the
it'd be good.
town hall section that we haven't really talked about it, but I'm just bringing up the fact that you talked about all sorts of things on the lot across from you. You're now going to control the lot across from you. And what if you decide 2 years from now that a very high dollar restaurant wants to buy that entire lot and EDC sells it to them? Where would you put anything that you've talked about that might be community space?
Yeah, well,
That's the reason I'm making you think about it.
yeah, I'm not opposed to hearing costs, but I do want to clarify that, at least for me personally, any talk that I did have about a civic center paid for by hotel occupancy tax died the minute I heard that we can't keep the money we make off that thing if it makes any money. So to me, that just sounds like something else for us to operate and maintain, that, and it really can't be an amenity to the residents. It's something that has to be centered around the restrictions of hotel occupancy tax, which is about bringing other people into town. So if we can't make money on it and residents can't benefit from it, it kind of loses my interest. So I can get what you're saying about the land. Let's hear the cost. It's not only something for what Nick just mentioned, but it's also something for potential future expansion that we might deem worthy. So,
I think it's good to, I'm sure Tom will throw it in.
Or at minimum, can we at least make the foundation and the beams, so it's future-proof, so if we do want to add a second story on 20, 30 years from now?
Greg,
There it is.
you do not want to do that. When you add a second story on top of that, you tear off a roof, you tear down support for lighting, ceilings, you vacate that whole space. You're not going to want to do that.
I have two left hands in terms of construction.
All right. So, I think we'll look at some cost of that at some point, Tom, just to let you know that.
I can give you a magnitude of cost in 2 weeks.
All right. So the next item was maintenance area and storage area and animal facility. So council, what's your direction there?
I just want to throw something out. I think we're going with page 3 as far as moving it 20 feet. We settled on that. So, having said that, the 4,000 square foot, it would I gather still fit on that page 3.
Yes, Greg.
Would you just get with Stephen for one thing? I don't need pricing, just to see if it fits and what areas required. If we wanted to add on 2 ambulance bays to that building.
We will have costs in that building as well for you if you want it.
One thing that came out of this drawing that I'd like to make a specific statement in favor of is carrying the road out to T.W. King. I think regardless of where we end up on a site plan for current buildings or buildings to be built in the future and setting aside footprint for those, the initial construction project should include going ahead and continuing that out in whatever the proper way is to T.W. King, just to help with circulation of traffic and to have it already done, you know? That way, from that point forward, we're only looking at building structures and maybe not worried so much about building roads and access.
The only question I would ask is what happens if instead of a 4,000 square foot building, when Stephen gives us his input, we wind up with a 6,000 or 8,000 square foot building and now you've got a road in the way? Do we have to tear the road out to make the bigger building?
Yeah, we'd have to agree on a plan that
Yeah.
would accommodate flexibility, obviously.
I think what I hear from council this evening is, why don't you let me sit down with Tom and Nick and kind of look at the additional acreage and how it might fit and how we can kind of maybe accommodate a road out to T.W. King or, another type of facility, whether it's 1,000 square feet, 4,000 or 6,000, I don't know. What can we do on that space so that we can show you, hey, if you make the investment here, it's not, it's not a wasted investment.
Another option I'd like to hear when I look at this and we talk about building secondary structures, a maintenance barn constructed with the specifications and finish out of a maintenance barn obviously is going to have a lot lower cost of construction than a building that's going to house an office, people, whatever. So I'd also like to see an option that provides for some future maintenance barn type thing we talked about. I don't care when we build it, now or later, we can talk about that. But that would move the animal portion into the main facility for the purpose of saying we're going to build one real full finish out structure here and a maintenance barn, which is obviously a lesser thing, and we could save money by doing that. So I'd like to see that and hear the options there.
All right, anybody else? Okay, anybody else have anything that they want to question Tom about or comments that you want to make? Our steps from here is that the architects are working on a cost estimate that would allow us to know how much money this is going to cost based on square footage and some idea about building material ranges and walls and all of that we're talking about today.
Yes, Mayor.
And so we'll have that information available for council by the first meeting in August.
No, Mayor, we'll have that on the 28th, Mayor.
28th, okay.
The goal is to be able to present to you what a budget so that we know how to, so the council has an idea on August 11th if they would like to call a bond election, exactly the amount of money that they would like to ask the residents to vote for. And so in order to do that, there's going to have to be some decisions made on that July 28th meeting. We've tried to reserve that meeting to have that discussion and go over some things and have adequate time to be able to cover that, because this is a big decision for the community, and I sincerely appreciate the council looking to me and my staff and our needs and what we need to do to be able to do our job adequately day to day. But I'd also like to say that, this is Trophy Club's facility. Long after I'm gone and other people who live here, it's important that they feel that this is their facility. It represents them and it represents our community, and that they feel comfortable walking in and that they can do their business there and that they're proud of it. That's something that's really important to me. I know it's really important to this council. And so, I know that maybe some folks here tonight weren't weren't necessarily here to hear this, but I'm glad that you are here so that you can see what's happening right now. We have lots of really great things that are happening. There's some things that we hope to release pretty soon that I think everyone's going to be really excited about, and on the economic development front. And you know, Trophy Club's just an amazing place, and it's an amazing place because of our people. And this is our building that's going to represent our community, and I'm just really honored to be a part of the process.
All right. Tom, don't get away with your slides and don't leave, if you don't mind. We are agendaed for some citizen input, so give us a minute here. We'll go to item 9, receive public input and provide direction to the town staff based on comments made by citizens regarding the police and town hall facility and discussion of same. So citizens, if you want to speak or ask questions about what you've seen and heard about the building, you don't have to sign up to do that. You can just get our attention, come to the podium, identify yourself and your address, and speak. I don't know that anybody out in the entryway can hear this. Danny, if you want to, could you step back there and tell them if they want to speak, they can come up. So does anybody in the audience want to speak or ask questions about what you've seen about the building?
Did you hear what the mayor said about speaking on the building, on the police facility or city hall? Anybody wants to speak, you're welcome to come to the podium.
Come on up, please. Identify yourself, your address, and then ask your question or make your
I
comment.
have one question. Chris Bailey, I'm at 201 Durango Drive. Where's the dumpster?
We've got it taken care of here. The dumpster is right here.
And if you lived at that house due north of that, when the trash guy picks that thing up and slams it around, are you okay with that?
I hope it's not during the middle of the night.
It's usually 8 o'clock in the morning. Somebody may not be happy with that.
I wouldn't be, but it's something we'll continue to study as we get into the final design.
The further away from the homes, I think the better.
We'll make sure that we want to make sure these neighbors are happy. We set this building off from that property line probably 100 feet. We're trying to save as many trees there as possible, and I appreciate that comment.
All right, anybody else? Yes, identify yourself and your address and then you can make a comment.
I'm Linda Sanders at 7 Hayes Court, and I assume like every family in this room, everyone in the household has a voice and vote. So my voice would be, for anybody that's in the know,
Speak
and
into the microphone.
I have no idea what you've said because there are about 40 of us out in the heat and we can't hear. We heard Rylan a moment or two ago because he spoke directly into the microphone.
Thank you.
I was very excited when I heard who was doing the layout and the architecture because of their expertise in the area and other facilities that they have done that I have seen and familiar with. My preference would be, if you're looking for ideas, is to have a facade or a building that looks more like a municipal entity rather than maybe a nursing home or something in that vein. And my apologies to you.
Ouch.
Yeah. Well, I'm usually fairly blunt with my opinion at home, but it never gets transferred, so I just thought when...
So when you say that, would you say more maybe features that evoke traditional images of like a courthouse type of thing or something like? But
I just know earlier on when there was talk about the PD30 land and then across at the Methodist Church and some things that have come forward that I have heard verbalized. Either there was a lack of communication with this entity to that entity, because to me it was sort of a surprise. And you guys may have had more discussion that it looked like this, but I even went around to some municipalities and took pictures to send to you. But I wanted to remain at 7 Hayes Court, so.
Can you send them to me? Can you send them to me?
I will.
Can send them to me?
I would love to.
Send it to me too.
Put that in the minutes and then I'll have.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay. We will then move on to the next item. Tom and Nick, thank you for coming tonight. We look forward for moving forward. Citizens, we do want your involvement and comments, and we appreciate those that make comments, paying attention and wanting to make comments. We're looking for that. We're looking for your involvement so that this is your building. It's your town hall, it's your police station, and it'll be here for the next 100 years. So, we want that.
100% off.
Any council, any other comments that you have for Tom or Nick?
Thanks, Tom.
Mayor, council members, thank you very much. Audience, thank you for bearing with us. Thanks for your comments. Remember, it's a work in progress. If you were to vote on a school bond, you vote for the need and the leadership that's put that need forward. They don't design the school until the bond passes. So I think everything we're trying to do is to help you have some feeling and some confidence of the work that the staff and the council has done. There's a lot of work to do if you vote yes for a proposition, should the council decide to do that. There's a lot of work to do yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom and Nick. So for those people out in the 40, there are 2 seats now available. All right, item number 11. Receive report from the Fire EMS Subcommittee regarding review and analysis of EMS and fire operations, discussion of same, and provide direction on the interlocal agreement for Fire Department Personnel Services and Trophy Club Municipal District Number 1. So we do have 2 members from the citizens from the Fire EMS Operations Committee to make us a report. Council, I apologize we didn't get you that report till late today, and we maybe need some help to get the PowerPoint on.
I think they have a PDF. Yes, we need some help to get the PowerPoint up and running.
So recognize, Council, to my knowledge, unless something has changed, this presentation has not been made to the Mud Board. It is really something that the committee of 6 people have worked on, which were 2 members of council, 2 members of MUD, and 2 citizens, 1 that the MUD nominated and 1 that the council nominated. And so this really is not meant to be a lot of dialogue back and forth and questions. It is their report, and we ought to give time for the MUD to receive the report, and then both of us be able to discuss and see where it wants to go.
Thank you.
So is your intention that we would discuss it in a joint meeting or in a meeting or in separate meetings after they've already seen it?
Yes, a meeting after they've seen it, whether that's joint or separate, I don't know.
Gotcha.
Fair enough.
Okay. What we've done, we've collected a lot of data, had a lot of discussion, and what you're going to see is the result of that data collection and our thoughts thus far on where we may or may not want to go with this. Okay. So here is the... What we did, first of all, how we'll look at this thing is we looked at the priorities as to what we wanted, how we wanted to keep this, what we wanted to keep, what we wanted to look into changing. We looked at what options do we have. We examined a lot of data, come up with some general observations, and then you'll see our conclusions. And we have an initial recommendation. I do say initial at the end here. By the way, I'm Lou Pippery. I live at 32 Crestwood Drive. This is Eric.
Eric Jensen, 2218.
And 2 of the council members, Philip, and
Tim. We're also on the committee along with two of the MUD board members, Kevin Carr and Neil Toomey. Right? So what you're going to see here is sort of a compilation of all of our thoughts here. Right? First of all, we looked at our fire and EMS operation. It has a high level of skill, great response times, and a high level of professionalism, and we wanted to keep that. As a team, we looked at what's the best overall decision for Trophy Club. The residents, which includes the MUD district customers, what is tactically the right thing to do, and what is strategically, what can we do strategically. And of course, you can't do anything like this without looking at what's financially feasible. Again, for the residents and district customers, the town, and the MUD. Right? And that's the way we set up to start with here. And the first thing we did is we looked at what is it that we can do, and we looked at the town absorbing the fire service in its entirety, right? Its budget, its assets, and everything. The MUD absorbing EMS in its entirety, its assets, its budget, and the whole bit. And you'll see here it says restore and enhance the original structure. It doesn't say go back to the way we are or go back to the way we were operating. It says restore and enhance the original structure, and I'd like for you to remember that as we go forward. What we looked at was a lot of financial data. Neil Toomey and Phil put together what we needed to do from the standpoint of taxes, what are our taxes going to look like down the road if we do this next year, because you really can't do anything until 16-17 budget anyhow, and those kind of things. What are the rates? And you'll see that in a second. The possibility of ARDR savings with consolidation, right? Or ARDR not. And what are the tax rate deltas between the different options that we could look at? We took input from the town manager and the MUD general manager, in particular, looking to their ideas, since they're ones that are responsible for each side of the operation. And of course, you have to look at the applicable state codes, municipal codes, and the water codes. And that's the data we examined. Now, out of that, chime in please, right? Out of that, we come in with some general observations. First of all, our fire and EMS operates the way it does. It operates as efficiently as it does because it is now and always has been a single contiguous unit. There is no fire, there is no EMS in that station. I mean, there may be ambulances and fire trucks, and maybe serve different operational purposes, but from a unit standpoint, there is no difference. It operates as one contiguous team. And looking at that, you have to still maintain the trucks, you have to still maintain the ambulances, you have to still buy drugs, you have to still buy EMS equipment and fire equipment. So it doesn't appear, and you still got to pay the electric bill and those kind of things. So it doesn't appear that there's any kind of funding savings if we consolidate or leave it the way it is, right? The only budgetary savings would be for the town if the MUD happens to acquire EMS, because obviously now you don't have to. That rolls over to EMS and not into town, right? And now next one here is, when you look at this, the original fire and EMS executive structure as it was created, that lasted from 1985 to at least when I left in 2001, was a joint effort by both entities. It was overseen jointly by both town and MUD managers. Of course, whichever one had personnel responsibility certainly administered that singly, but it was basically a joint effort, and it served the entire area, including Solana, the Westlake itself, and the rest of us very, very well, allowing us to make advances in not only equipment, but training and things like that as we went down the road. Today, our fire EMS executive structure, it's not even aligned as written in the ILA that exists today. Right? There's a break. The issues are a result of a lack of direction and understanding of the documented policies and enforcement of those policies. And those are our general observations. If we look at a little bit at the town absorbing the fire service, the fire department acquisition by the town would actually increase taxes, right? By an average, we come up with an average of 9.83 cents, but it doesn't really end up that way because the mud tax would go down, and I think it's like a 5.16 net increase for town residents if the fire department was acquired in its entirety by the town. One of the reasons for that is not only a tax burden of an additional around $8 million over the next 10 years, but the town would have to incur a $5.3 or so million debt, because we looked at, I think Phil got that information from one of the lawyers, we looked at, the mud people looked at it also. You can't, it's not like, oh gee, we'll transfer this for $1. You have to give fair market value, right? And remember that the fire side of the equation has investment from Solana, so you'd have to make that whole. So there would, and the building, so you would look at an approximate $5.3 million purchase for the fire department assets and reserves replenishment to make that happen for the town, just to pick that up. And of course, in this scenario, the firefighters have no change to the retirement benefit package. Everything just flows exactly the way it is for them. If you look at the mud absorbing EMS, it's a little cleaner from a financial standpoint because the EMS can be acquired by the mud and actually would decrease the town's taxes by about 2 cents. Of course, the reason for only 2 cent decrease because the mud tax would go up. The mud would have to absorb the EMS costs, right? And there's an impact there over the next 10 years to the town is a tax savings of $3.4 million, and then the mud would owe the town an estimated, instead of millions of dollars, it's $110,000 for the EMS assets at fair market value. And of course, the firefighters at that point in time would now become district employees versus town employees, and their retirement would change to TCDRS. And we looked at it, and there's a savings of $57,000 and an increase of $23,000. If you balance them out, we're looking at about a $20-some thousand savings because of the way the mud does benefits, right? But that's, when you're looking at these numbers, like I say, it's pretty much level, except for the tax standpoint. Right. Now, when I say restore, enhance the original structure, right? Now, I don't want to, it's not, listen, we're here as a committee because somehow it got off track, right? Somehow over a bunch of years here, over several town and mud managers, and by the way, if you look at this, there's blame to go around here. You can't, it's not a town mud thing. People took their eye off the ball, and it ends up that there was no direction to the fire department. It was operating very good because we had a good operation, but basically there was lack of direction, right, for a lot of years, right? And what we're looking at here on restoring it is going back to the way we started and moving forward from there. And that is, we're saying the town or my general manager, that relates to whoever gets personnel, right? That's obviously how that's going to go with it, right? Oversees the implementation of a fire plan and overall EMS and fire operations. But the kicker is the second bullet, and that is that the plans, goals, and objectives are set jointly, and that is even yearly and reviewed even quarterly, in my opinion, by both the MUD and general manager and the town general manager, and i.e. they are a team at doing this, no matter who ends up administering the personnel. Right? And the exposures to that are that without some pretty good monitoring from you guys and the MUD guys, the MUD board, we could fall right back to where we were before. Right? We could get it all squared away, and then we change personnel and go back to where we were before. Now that's what we looked at and where we came to, and we had a general set of conclusions here, and it is that although it's politically preferable to consolidate this, everybody would like to have a simpler thing here, it's not financially, fiscally feasible, rather, at this time on the town side, right? It's too big an investment with building a building and everything that would have to be made to do that. And we didn't think we had the right to evaluate whether the financial benefit of moving EMS to the MUD was really anything the town council would be interested in. So you'd have to take a look at that. Well, again, the original fire/EMS executive structure was created as a joint effort, and with operational financial benefits for both the residents and district customers. It isn't operating like that today. And again, we all know what the issues are, right? And the reality for the foreseeable future is that the MUD has a broader taxing base. Now, before we go and talk about, oh, gee, that's just Salon and everything. Yes, it is. But remember what has happened over the years because of that broader taxing base. It's benefited us here in Trophy Club and the people in Salon. We've been able to build and have a more professional fire department. Can't deny that because of that. But also, for a long time, the Westlake people in Solana reaped the benefit of our advances. Today, we are in the process of purchasing a 100-foot ladder truck. 105-foot ladder truck. Now, that's the benefit of Trophy Club. All you have to do is ride around and look at our houses to know that, right? But it's also the benefit backs up Westlake for providing aerial services to Solana, which is in the MUD district. So they have a broader responsibility from a fire standpoint than we, the town, would have from an EMS standpoint. And our recommendations on consolidation is that if EMS doesn't go under the MUD, and that's something that the MUD and town councils are going to have to decide, we need to look at the current ILA. And I noticed item 15 on your agenda. For this year, you're going to renew it, and that's great. That takes care of the personnel because, but we need to go, if we're going to leave it like it is, we need to really look at that interlocal agreement. And we got to do something to reconstruct it because we got to include not only the financial part of it, but where are the employees and who's going to be there. I know right now they're on the town side. That the town and general manager MUD general manager have to oversee the operation, right? The town has EMS responsibilities and fire actually making sure it's there inside the town, but the MUD is generally outside of our geographic limits. So it has to be a joint development of any plans or any SOPs, performance objectives, anything that has to happen has to be a joint development, right? And then to make sure that down the road, we don't have this problem going down the road, if we decide to go this route, we need to modify the town and MUD managers' performance plans to reflect the fact that they are jointly responsible and need to work together for that, and as well as the fire chiefs from the standpoint of he reports to both of them. Right? And I think I can speak to this better than anybody else. From 88 till 2001, right, I was the fire chief. There was no problem reporting to both town and MUD. Our problem here seems we've gotten off track from a executive standpoint versus any process standpoint that we were setting up before. Right? And again, we need to provide the appropriate level of annual review, and I would even say quarterly review for SOPs and compliance to wherever we're going for fire and EMS operations. And that is basically where we are today. When I was on vacation, I come back and I heard that there may be an issue with the MUD may not be able to roll fire under the town manager because of their responsibility to Solana, and that on the town side, maybe they can't look at, you can't be operating something that's outside of town limits. I don't know. All those things need to be looked at in a little more detail. But this is where we are today. Questions?
Thank you.
Eric, did you want to say something?
Yes, sir. So what we agreed to today was Lou would give the presentation. I have personal opinions that differ from some of the members of the committee. I did ask approval from the committee if I could speak today, and I did not get any disagreement to let me do so. Two things that I disagree with strongly about this presentation. Yes, we could make a financial proposal, an argument that EMS to the mud would make financial sense and help the taxpayers with their aggregate tax rate. But there's a huge issue with that, and that is they are currently town employees. Town employees are under TMRS. If you remove your fire department from TMRS, you are going to have fill in the blank. It ain't going to be good, okay? Now, some people disagree with me. They're wrong. You have a huge problem. The TMRS is a big deal to the people. It would put us at a huge disadvantage if you're trying to recruit firemen from one city to another. Oh, guess what? You're going to lose your TMRS. Here's what would happen if you leave a TMRS city, go to a non-TMRS city. You lose the city's contribution to that account. You can apply to get your funds and the interest from those funds, but you lose the city's match. Second thing that I disagreed with, chain of command. I need to give you a little backstory on the chain of command. In our May 18th meeting, I pushed to get some things changed. I made myself very vocal. Philip and Tim were not there. Mr. Lamont was. I had heard enough, and I was ready to get some things done. We had already interviewed Town Manager Seidel, General Manager McKnight, and Chief Thomas. And can you understand this? Out of the three of them, nobody could agree who the fire chief reports to. I'm not making this up.
He's not.
Nobody could agree. Easy decision for me. The fire chief should always report to the town manager. Easy decision. At that meeting, the rest of the members agreed with me, in principle, that that's what we were going to move forward with. We were going to propose just that. Fire chief reports to the town manager. Okay? But Philip and Tim weren't there, so we said, okay, at the June meeting, we'll finalize it. Boom, we'll be done with it. June 6th, get an email from the mayor. A member of the MUD board is requesting changes to the ILA. His recommendation is for the chief to report to the MUD GM. I sent the mayor a reply back telling him exactly where the committee stood at that time. The committee had not yet even given our report. So where'd this come from? A MUD director, oh no, fire chief should report to the general manager of the MUD without us giving a report. That shocked me. June 9th, outside of the town council hall here, I visited with our chair, Kevin Carr. He had changed his mind about that decision and didn't feel that we should give an opinion in regards to whom the fire chief reports to. So we go to June 16th, our last meeting, we finalize the presentation that you have today. So, all this time, my opinion, fire chief reports to the town manager. I can't get consensus to approve it. I know it's the right thing to do. And sometimes you're looking for your sunglasses, you're looking, and holy cow, they're on your head. That happened to me today. All this talk about the ILA, I hadn't looked at it. None of us, I don't think any of us have really looked at the ILA. So here you go, ILA, definitions, 1.04, fire chief. The jointly funded employee supervising firefighting services and emergency medical services provided by the Trophy Club Fire Department. That first part is very important. The fire chief is a jointly funded employee. Okay? Now we go to Control and Oversight 2.02. Jointly funded employees are town employees and are therefore subject exclusively to town personnel policies. Done. The fire chief reports to the town manager. End of discussion. One recommendation. 4.01, standard operating procedures. We don't need 2 standard operating procedures. Get one. We need a fire department operating procedure, okay? The town manager and the MUD general manager, they can work on them together, but let's get one. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thank you. So before you sit down, council, any quick questions?
I have one thing to say before.
All right.
Number one, we're not that far off, right? Everything Eric said is absolutely correct. That we had started down the direction of reporting to the town manager, and by the way, the personnel part side of it works that way, right? I will also tell you that from the start, right, to back up a little bit of what he's saying there, although I disagree that we settle on that at this point in time, but a lot of what he said has a lot of sense, right? The point about the interlocal agreement is very, very strong. We can't emphasize enough that there's a line in there that says that it isn't being implemented. We heard from, as he said, all 3, none of them had ever read that damn thing. Excuse my French, right? I mean, and that we're working off of a personnel problem here, not a process problem. And I think that's where you were coming from, right? What I disagree with him is because the MUD is responsible for fire protection outside of the geographic limits of the town, that you can't, there has to be input from the MUD on any policies, procedures, and that sort of thing that makes that work. Let me again emphasize, right? Since we're given personal opinions, this is only loose personal opinion, maybe not that of the committee, right? For 15 darn years, this worked fine, right? Either we had an interlocal agreement where they were MUD employees or town employees, but from a personnel standpoint, they reported to that side, right? From an operational standpoint, it was always a given that the fire chief reported to both of them, right? For town stuff, the town. For stuff that was external to the town and system related, i.e. the water system, flushing hydrants, things like that, it was the MUD manager. I really don't see a problem with that. And again, that's just my opinion since we're given personal opinions, and that's all I have.
Council, any questions quickly? Greg?
Well, not questions, comments.
Oh, okay, quick comment then.
Eric, I agree with you on number 2. Number 1, I'll take your word for it. I didn't do the financials. But I was at both meetings. And the meeting of May 18th, it was a 3-2 vote to have the town manager, have the fire chief report to the town manager. And at the next meeting, somehow, some way, a different PowerPoint presentation was made. And to me, that was unacceptable. I agree with you. I think that the fire chief should report to the town manager.
Always says that he does.
Any other, Philip?
I agree. I had read the ILA, so I knew what it said. And the one part of it, and I agree with Eric, it makes no sense that we are operating under separate SOPs. It shouldn't be that the fire department operates under MUD SOPs and the EMS operates under town SOPs. It should be the fire department SOPs. So I do agree with that, but that section needs to be changed.
I'm sorry, do I have a question? I thought that the structure was going to be, irrespective of who was going to do it, general manager or the town manager, that the other entity would only be involved in the budgetary decisions. And according to this, you have it more with a responsibility.
Lou has a big problem with that, and you can see him shaking his head. And to me, don't get lost in all that.
No.
The ILA as written, with the exception of the SOP, is a good ILA. The ILA's,
The reason I shake my head on that is not that the MUD shouldn't fund the fire department, but with that, for the MUD comes the responsibility of ensuring other things besides just the geographic limits of Trophy Club. So that is why I don't think you can just have them write checks. They have to be involved in that end of however the department's going to be managed.
The MUD believes that that's a legal issue. I mean, that's what, I mean, he's not bringing, I spoke to the MUD, and I agree with you, Eric. I was 100% behind the town manager running, and I still think they should. But what I'm stating is, what Lou's saying is, what the MUD is saying is they face a big legal issue. That is what they came back with and said. Whether it's right or wrong.
That's not been put on the record, so I
That
think
come
we
up
shouldn't
after,
even be talking about
that come up after our meetings, and that's absolutely correct. We shouldn't be talking about that
But that's
until
what
the MUD gets that squared away.
All right, Rylan?
Well, if you guys think we shouldn't be talking about that angle, then I'll save my comment on that legal issue for the appropriate time and place.
Gentlemen, thank you for coming. I requested that we try to get the report done so we could begin to move forward. I'm sure you'll be scheduled to go to a MUD meeting and make that presentation, and then we'll work together to bring it to a good closure. Thank you. Citizens, I know you waited a long time. We have one more item to do. I don't think it will take too long, but let's get through it, and then we'll be here for what you want to discuss. Item number 12, receive presentation from Trophy Club Mud 1 General Manager Jennifer McKnight regarding the rate change for the water and sewer rates for fiscal year 2016. Discussion of same. There's Jennifer. Earlier you were back in the back area. So.
I moved to allow one more seat out there for somebody.
Thank you for coming, Jennifer.
Well, I guess kind of the plan was I gave y'all my presentation, and I'm just here to answer any questions that you have. I'll be happy to go through it. It's however y'all prefer for me to.
So, Jennifer, I know that one of the things you wanted to make sure of is that there is a public hearing scheduled about the new rate structure.
Yes, that's correct. I
What's the
wanted to
date
make
of that
sure
public
that
hearing?
you all knew, and in case you get questions from anyone, next Tuesday night at 6 o'clock, same place, same time. That's July 21st. We will start the meeting with a public hearing on the proposed rates that the board is looking at for a possible effective date of September the 1st.
And in general, what's the effect of the new rate overall to us? Yeah, I think there was kind of a summary slide that you might want to talk to. That would help.
Sure. Let me kind of start with the water rates.
We're not seeing your screen, so just to let you know that.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just looking at what I had printed out, and overall, the water rates, the 5/8 inch meters, which is what the majority of our customers have, that will go up from $12.71, the base rate, to $12.99. The 1 inch meter, which is what the majority of the other residents, the less than the 5/8 inch meters, but I guess about a third of our customers have the 1 inch meters. That will go up from $16.71 to $20.39, the base rate. Then the tiered rates, just kind of in summary, they go up about 30 cents each tier, and that's on the water side.
So currently, you pay $2.70 for the 0 through 6,000 gallons, and that's going to $3.03.
That's correct.
And 6,000 to 17 is $3.14, goes up to $3.53.
Right.
So there's a base rate increase and a per 1,000 gallon increase for water that will go into effect September 1. And what was the last increase that Fort Worth gave us?
Our last rate increase was about a little over $300,000. And I want to kind of back up about the Fort Worth water rate. We're actually absorbing 2 increases from Fort Worth, because when we last did our last rate study, we took about a year before, we were developing a model, and by the time we got the model developed and the rates passed, we had already actually incurred about a $300,000 increase from Fort Worth. So now, this new rate covers both the previous $300,000 and the last $300,000. I guess the good news is, they're projecting our rate increase for next year to only be about, but 8.5%, but that's much better than the 21% increases we've been seeing over the last couple of years. So we are seeing another increase from Fort Worth, but nothing like we've seen over the last couple of years.
And Trophy Club buys about 70 to 75% of their water from Fort Worth.
Then on the sewer rates, the sewer side, we looked at several different scenarios, and the board found that the status quo is what we called it, leaving the rate structure like we've had it for many, many years, and that is with a cap on your sewer rate. That had the least impact on the most customers. So where that went to was currently our base rate is $14.58, and it will go up to $15.35. On the volumetric rate side, it's currently $2.50, and we're projecting it to go to $2.63. On the sewer side, we have about $9 million of revenue bonds that we're issuing, or we've issued, and the rate increase is going to cover those revenue bonds, the payment back on that for our wastewater treatment plant upgrade. We do also have a lot of other costs on the wastewater side that have increased. Our contract for sludge hauling expires September the 30th, and so we had to go out for a new RFP. They're going up significantly on our sludge. Those hauling costs. Chemicals have gone up significantly, and we've also seen some very significant increases in the cost for our sampling. One other cost that we will see this coming fiscal year is it's time to renew our wastewater permit, and that's about a $30,000 to $40,000 process. So that had to be absorbed into the rates as well. But as you said, we are going to have a public hearing next Tuesday here at 6 o'clock, and I know the board would love to have as many people as possible come, and at that meeting I will go through a presentation on what the rates are today, what they will look like, if they approve the proposed rates, and kind of the impacts that'll have on different categories. The users that use up to 5,000, 10,000, 15,000. I'll have that ready to show so people can have a good idea of where they personally will stand within that rate, with the rates. There's one other item I wanted to add just for the council, and that is that these rates, with our ILA that we have with the town adopts the same rates as the MUD for water and sewer. There is another rate that the town will need to be considering soon, and that is right now what you all call your surcharge. In our ILA, it's the annual capital improvements and maintenance charge, and that is actually on a calendar year. So as we go through the budget cycle, I will get with the town manager and kind of show him where it looks like that will be. There's also a true-up that we have to do at the end of this year. And the good news is, I think that there'll be some funds left from what have already been collected from surcharge to offset anything for next year on the PID side. So I don't expect that to be what it was this year, so that's good news. But I did want to kind of remind you of that, because that'll be coming up. You'll be amending your rate ordinance soon with this, and then you'll need to amend it again right after that.
All right, anybody have questions of Jennifer? None? Jennifer, thanks for staying for the entire portion of the front of the meeting and for updating us, and I encourage everyone, if you have questions about that, to attend the public hearing about the new rate structure.
One other thing, if you can't attend the public hearing, they're welcome to email any comments, and the board will read those at the meeting, and it's info@trophyclubgov.org. tcmud.org. info@tcmud.org. If you want to email your comments or questions if you can't make it.
All right, thank you. Jennifer, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, item number 13. Consider and take appropriate action regarding an interlocal agreement between the town and Northwest Independent School District for A, school resource officer services for fiscal year 2015-2016, and authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute all necessary documents, and B, school resource officer absent students assistant program for fiscal year 2015-2016, and authorizing the mayor or his designee to execute all necessary documents. Greg?
I'd like to make a motion.
Let me get some information on the floor first, if you don't mind. Stephen, want to make sure that the citizens understand the procedures we're going to go through. 20 people, I think, have signed up to speak, and we want to give you an opportunity to speak, but we also want to recognize your time and help you understand the process that we're going to go through. The agenda comes out based on best input that the town manager can get from various sources, and those sources are the 7 members of council who really cannot meet and totally discuss an item. So somehow we have to get items on the agenda to allow us to really have adequate discussion. And there's been lots of discussion on Facebook and at other times. And it's hard for us to get all the information to you. And we hope to try to do that tonight. And in order to do that, we are going to be restricted by some of the procedures that we're going to have to follow. And that is that one of the items on the agenda is approval of an interlocal agreement for school resource officers for the school district. If you were not aware of that, we have a school resource officer who is dedicated to the high school and one that is dedicated to dual purpose, Medlin, and this absentee or truancy aspect. As we were looking at a program that I'm just going to call the K-9 program that many of you commented about and came here for, there was discussion between the chief and the school district and the town manager about how that might be funded or structured. And that initial thought was that maybe the best way to do that is just within this interlocal agreement. So the interlocal agreement that was published was a joint agreement that allowed for the town to provide K-9 services to the school district. And that it's complicated a little bit when what that means is that means you maybe are offering those services to outside Trophy Club. And so there was discussion and issues that we dealt with there. There's some funding aspects of that and some misunderstanding of what that program really might entail. And it's not just school district related, it's town related. And it's keeping our citizens safe and trying to help our young people and people that are dealing with an issue with drugs. And so it's not just school related. It is a problem we have in town. And we have a responsibility as a council and as a police department to uphold the law and to keep our people safe, and that's where we're trying to head. So no matter what happens on item 13, 13 might, in fact, and I can't tell you how these people are going to vote, but might very well say don't include K-9 services in the interlocal agreement. And that could be voted on and approved, and that doesn't mean it's over with. So I just want you to be aware of that, be prepared for that. Item 14 then goes to a budget amendment. And in the budget amendment are some financial aspects. Now, in either one of those items, there might be an alternative way proposed to deal with this issue that you've never even heard of, that hasn't been discussed on Facebook, that's been evolving over the last 72 hours. So be patient with us a little bit. If after we're giving some discussion, and if there's a motion, I'll allow you to speak to that motion. But I don't necessarily see that all 20 of you have to get up and speak and tell us that you support something when you're not quite sure what we're really going to support or not support. I hope that's helpful to you, but I appreciate you staying. So Stephen, you want to say a few words, and then I'll go to the chief.
Yes, Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity to present this item tonight. As the Mayor mentioned, I know there's lots of folks who are passionate about this topic, and one of the great things we have is the ability to communicate and share our thoughts and feelings about the way we do business in our town. Tonight is an opportunity for the council to consider adding a program to our police department, which is K-9 Services, and how that program may or may not be structured depending upon their input and decision. Chief Arata has done a lot of work researching this program and bringing to light some additional information. He has 20 years experience as a DEA officer before becoming our chief, and I think has some great insights into what the program is and what the plan would be. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Chief Arata.
Chief? And as you talk, we do have some guests who have come tonight. Were you going to introduce them, Chief?
Yes, sir.
All right.
I'd like to introduce the Benton County Sheriff, Will Travis.
Will?
Here.
Thank you for coming.
We did have an assistant district attorney with us, but she had to leave, so she was the head of the juvenile division, but she will be able to help us. I have Andrew from the Bedford Police Department. He's their K-9 officer. He's come tonight to help answer some of the questions. He'll provide me with information around this program also. So, Andrew. Just to start real quick, obviously I've only been here for 9 months. We sit here and I sat down with my staff and I don't want to call it a threat assessment, but a review of where we stand, what issues we have in town, and how do we move forward with sometimes people in the parks, and then we also have narcotics issues. And then dealing with the narcotics issues also took us to discuss some of the issues around the schools. And then we talked about what would be the best ways to handle this. We talked about additional personnel, additional patrols, and one of the things that have come up that they talked about in the past is the use of a canine. And so we took that opportunity when the budget came up and the CCPD funding was available, maybe we should look at that. And so we started to look at a canine program and see what the benefits would be to the town. And there are several different options. You can buy a patrol dog, that's patrol only. You can get a narcotics dog, explosives dog, a search only dog, or a dual purpose dog. And so what we did was we looked at the dual purpose dog. That would help us with narcotics, trafficking, and search and rescue, tracking dog. So over the course of the last couple of months, we've talked about it, we've looked at it, we've researched it, to figure out what it would cost. And so we went through all that. Those are the numbers that have been presented. And we feel that would be the best tool for this department to take us into the future, to help us prevent and deter the activity that we have in town today. We know what some of the things are, we know how to deal with them, but once we eliminate those threats, we have to put something in place to make sure that they don't come back and to help us move forward. So any deterrent that we can provide today will make sure that it'll be safer and a better quality of life for our community in the future. And that's what I'm looking for, and that's why I reached out to the people behind me for advice, and that's what they gave me too. So I know in the law enforcement community, a K-9 program is something to discuss, but the more I talk to people, the more I realize that that is a right decision for us to move forward. It gives us flexibility, it gives us an ambassador to the town, because everybody loves it. I mean, and we all talk to Susan, we all know what that's about. So it does make a difference, but it also gives us a tool. A dog is strictly a tool. It's a locating tool, a detection tool that allows us to help us with our job faster, easier, and more effective. It helps us develop probable cause faster than trying to question people or search people and do all that stuff. It gives us one more tool to get the job done faster, and it's a great deterrent. Everybody knows when a dog stands there, when an officer's talking with somebody, and they become confrontational, and a canine officer shows up, he doesn't even have to take the dog out, and the dog can subdue the situation in a moment. Just the fact that a dog shows up. Nobody wants to run from a dog or challenge a canine officer. And, as they'll attest here in a second, but that's the basis for why I'm asking for this request. So I really appreciate this opportunity to stand here in front of you and answer all of your questions, and the support of this community, for those of you that are supporting it. But that's what I'm asking for, is just your support, and if you approve this, I think we're definitely going to be light years ahead of where we were yesterday. So if I may take one moment, ask the sheriff if he has something to say.
You bet. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, honorable council members. Thank you guys for letting me speak to you guys. My name is Will Travis. I proudly serve as your Denton County Sheriff, and I've known this guy a long time. You guys did outstanding with the selection of him, so kudos to you guys. Our department is extremely blessed. I came on and I made the same move he did. I wanted canines. Canines are just the way you're never going to go wrong with canines. We don't have one negative downfall to them at all. They have done nothing but bring assets to our community and to the way we do things. I would suggest you separate the contract between the school and them and make it just a part of you guys and not have it part of the school, because whenever they call, you pretty much got to haul if it's a contract for them. So. I would definitely keep those two contracts separate. I don't know if I was supposed to fit you into that, but anyway, we've been very successful with ours. We've been enormously successful. We've only been in operation for about a year and a half. When I came on, we had one of our dogs, our only dog we had, got away, and so did the handler, because I made it that way, because it takes a certain person to run these guys, and so. But we have been very successful from the amount of, y'all call them deterrence, we call them taxations out there on the highway. And I tax people pretty heavily for running up down our highway with dope and proceeds. That's a joke, y'all can laugh at that. But anyway, we've been very successful, like I said, and let's move. We've got two dogs. One is nothing but a sniff dog, like he was referring to, and the other one is a dual-purpose dog. He's an attack dog and a sniff dog. He's also very good at tracking as well. We've found numerous missing children with this. We've also been able to apprehend multiple, after car chases and things like that. Our dog comes up there and takes care of it so our officers don't get hurt. And that's what it's all about at the end of the day, making sure our officers don't get hurt. And I can't emphasize that enough to you on how good that is to have a canine come out of that car and chase a car thief rather than your officers get hurt, because when they see that back there, they're automatically just going to stop, like he says, the deterrent's there, and they're going to stop, they're going to lay down and comply. And that's what you want. You don't want to get out here in a lot of liability. So we have not had any liability whatsoever brought to the Sheriff's Department relative to our canines, and so keep that in mind. But I strongly suggest y'all go to this. I strongly suggest you vote for this, because this is going to do nothing but make a great asset to your department and make the citizens of your city, protect them a little bit better than what they are now. So thank you, guys. If y'all have any questions, I'll be happy to answer for you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
I'm just here for questions. If you guys have any questions, I'm a canine handler from Bedford. I've been doing it about 5 years. We started our program in 2010. And, if you guys have any questions for a handler on what to expect, the council what to expect from a handler, you can go ahead and ask me.
All right. Thank you, sir. So, Chief, one of the things I had talked to you about was helping me understand how does a K-9 unit help your department in the issues that you face in this town? What makes the difference?
The fact that for one, it would be a massive deterrent. So we know we have some drug houses today that we're watching. We know that's out there. We've been doing it. We've already made a number of arrests. The dog provides us PC. So if a traffic stop is conducted and the person gets out of the car, the dog can walk up and indicate if there's alert. If there's alert in the car, that's the initiation of our probable cause to search the car without having to do some of the other things. And then if we don't find the drugs, then the person may have the dope on. Because the dog alerted to something. Something was either in the car or it's currently in the car. And if we search the car after the dog alerts and we don't find it, it gives us the probable cause to move to the person themselves, because they might have taken it and hidden it somewhere on the themselves. So there's some things there that helps us. When we do work on these houses, we have a search warrant. We go to the house and we have a search warrant. It takes a dog minutes to search a house rather than a team of officers hours to try to search a house if we're trying to find the narcotics and they're hidden. That's on the street side and the town side. The biggest asset would be the fact that we have a high school and a middle school here. And the deterrent factor for a school to maintain people transporting drugs into our community from outside gives us the ability to let them know that there's a threat here. The cost of bringing your narcotics into our town is very high because we have a massive deterrent program. Because we have the ability to bring a canine forward and search if needed, if we do a vehicle stop, or the fact that at a school, we can bring the dog to the school and conduct random searches. And 99% of the time, you don't even have to really bring the dog out. It's just the fact that the students know that the dog will be there. Or if the dog is always available to be around that school and they never know when it's coming because it's right here in town, the cost of doing business here is very high. And the more we can drive people out there to do that action, make them do it outside of the schools, at home somewhere else, gives our children a better opportunity to go there and learn without that distraction or the threat of that on a daily basis. So, is there anything I've missed that you guys would want to add?
Well, I don't know if you're familiar with the Supreme Court just ruled on canines and.
Will, microphone.
You can't hold those people for very long at all now. Used to, you could hold them for, 15, 20 minutes if I'm out around here, let me know. But now it's pretty much, you gotta do instantaneous, so it's very imperative you have that canine on scene pretty quick to do those vehicle searches and that type of thing, because you definitely don't want to get, having liability brought towards you, so it's a great asset.
So, what is before us, citizens and council, is an ILA that was published that provided school resource officers, truancy, and a K-9 unit. And there were some financial figures tied to that. And council, you have the opportunity to make a motion to approve that or make a different motion dealing with that ILA. The discussion that's kind of been happening over the last week or so has led us to maybe a different conclusion. And that is a recommendation that I'm going to ask the town manager and chief to make as to what's the best thing to do now that you feel and why, of whether we should approve the ILA before us or a different ILA without canine services. So, you want to say anything? You wanted to say something? Okay.
I can make a recommendation.
Okay. So I'm looking for a recommendation so that we react to that, if that's helpful.
I would make a recommendation that we sever the K-9 services from the SRO contract and take the advice of my counterparts. And if it's allowed, if you would agree to it, is to fund it out of the general fund or our fund. That funding that was provided to us to fund the dog and use the dog at our disposal, and we will support the schools in the same fashion that treat the schools as if they're part of the town and fully support the schools, but not with an agreement.
Yeah. Maybe I can clarify, is that in the budget amendment, and this goes back to what the mayor was prefacing earlier, in the budget amendment, there are funds allocated there for a canine program if the council would choose to do that. That's independent of the SRO contract. So the council would have the option to approve the SRO contract and the ASAP officer contract without canine services. But you could come back as part of the budget amendment and adopt the budget amendment, which includes a canine program services to begin that program. And that would take effect immediately. We would move forward with that. Those are some of your options. And that would be my recommendation if council chooses to do a canine program. That would be the way I would handle it. And what Chief Arata says about the, it would still be a partnership with NISD. We would obviously work with those schools in our city. We'd work with the superintendent, the principals, their public safety officers to ensure that our schools, which are part of our community, get access and utilize the dog, because it's safety not just for our schools and for our kids, but it's for people and neighbors and our businesses that we want to make sure that we touch everyone.
All right, so council, I was trying to give you as much data as I could because this is a little bit of a complicated matter for us to do it and follow our procedures. So I was just trying to help us get to this point, and I appreciate everyone's patience for us to get here. So as I brought the item up, Mayor Pro Tem Lamont wanted the floor, and I wouldn't let him have it. And so I'll go back to him, and then anybody else that seeks the floor at that point. So Mayor Pro Tem Lamont.
I would suggest that we table 13 and go to 14 to make sure it passes before we turn down the dog on 13 and the dog gets turned down on 14.
All right. I'll let anybody else make a comment related to that. Ryland?
I'll make a comment. So, Sheriff Travis, totally agree with you on separating. I appreciate you bringing that up. I talked to Chief Rada about that this morning. Before we get into Dog-a-Palooza, I do want to ask Chief, is there anything else about this ILA within ISD that you would like us to know about or potentially consider changing? Just because not only is this our first chance to talk about the dog, this is our only chance for this year to talk about this agreement with the school. So I just want to make sure if there's anything else you want us to discuss here or consider, that we at least give you the opportunity to give that input.
I think the SRO agreement for the high school is well suited. The second ILA, we will work with the school district on the ASAP officer because the rules are changing to make sure that officer is definitely there to help that school, Medland, as much as possible. But we'll work with the school district on that.
Okay, but the contracts as written
generally it's
are
good.
to your liking. Okay, so back to the dog. If we're going to talk about what we can do in future agenda items, we have an agenda item here, number 17, which is when we're going to be discussing all kinds of expenditures all across our general fund for the upcoming budget year, which starts on October 1st. This is what we're going to be working on for the remainder of the summer and into the early fall. After learning everything that we've learned about this, I have an idea for something we can do with item 17 that I think will surpass what we've talked about today and empower our police chief to have a comprehensive drug mitigation program. I understand what the Mayor Pro Tem is trying to achieve, but my personal opinion, I don't want to fund it in the budget amendment that we have before us in item 14. I want to talk about it as a fiscal year 16 item in item number 17. So I'll leave it at that and see where we go.
All right. So now you're getting a feel for the complicated matter that we're before us, and so just be patient with us and work with us, and we'll try to get to a results here. Mayor Pro Tem Lamont did not make a motion to table, he merely suggested it. So the item 14, which is, item 13, which is the ILAs, is before us. Does anyone wish to either make a motion to approve in some fashion or to table?
I make a motion that we approve the interlocal agreement for a school resource officer, that we remove the K-9 services, and and we also approve the school resource officer and the ASAP program.
I'll second.
All right, so we have a motion by Schaffner, and Tim, did you second? And a second by Kurtz. All right, so the motion is properly before us. It's a motion to approve a document that would have been what we had currently, that is for a school resource officer and a combination SRO and absent student assistance program. And what was mentioned by the chief is that the state legislature just changed some of the rules that deal with that position, and so that's going to have to kind of be worked out as those become effective. So the matters before you, let's discuss it, council. Anyone wish to discuss the item or comment?
Could I make an amendment to that?
You have the floor.
I'd like to make an amendment to that motion to remove the K-9 services from item 13, and based on information the chief can provide us about the costs to operate an independent K-9, move the K-9 service into the budget under item 14 so that everybody here knows that by moving it from 13, we're not giving up the canine services, we'll just be funding it a different way. And the chief and I have spoken, and he's explained to me the cost, and I'd like to move it from 13 to 14.
All right, so I have a motion to take the canine services financial aspects, I think is what you're referring to,
Yes, sir.
as related to 13, and move it to item 14 for discussion. Do I have a second?
I'll second after discussion.
So we have a motion to amend and a second. Moved by Perro, seconded by Lamont. Jim, do you want to say anything else about your motion?
Yeah, I understand where Councilmember Rowe is coming from, and we're going to be talking about that this summer. But I think I'd like to satisfy all the people that have come out tonight after reading 988 posts on Facebook, receiving dozens and dozens of emails in support of the canine program, to assure the residents here that we support the chief, we support the canine, at least I do, I can speak for myself, I can't speak for anyone else. I support the canine program, I support the chief's desire to have a canine service program, and I think we should guarantee to the people that have come here tonight and shown their support for this same thing, that by deleting it from 13, it's not a dead issue that has to wait for a future discussion when we get into the summer and start talking about a budget with additional services above and beyond the canine, which is the subject of our discussion tonight.
All right, Jim, to help all of us understand it, and to help me understand for sure, have you identified a specific portion of the ILA that you're moving? Or what are you moving that you wanted to be in item 14, which was a budget amendment?
It would be the canine services paragraph in section 5, where it talks about funding, the second paragraph of page 181 of our packet, where it talks about district shall pay the town an amount not to exceed $10,000 and no dollars for the maintenance of the canine officer and services, notwithstanding contribution funds and so on. That entire paragraph talks about the town providing funds for the canine, but in that funding, there are certain requirements that the chief would be required to perform, one of which is 34 4-hour visits to various other campuses and overtime pay for the officer to go with the dog and so on. So if we delete that expenditure and put that into item 14 as a budgetary expense, then the town of Trophy Club has total control over the canine. No restrictions or requirements to go anywhere outside of Trophy Club, except if mutual aid was requested and you were able to provide it. And we give up the $10,000 from the Northwest ISD under this ILA, but we gain total control of the animal and use it to our desires and not have some outside agency tell us how to use it.
All right, Jim, I'm going to just make a comment, and then I'm going to go to others that have raised their hand. I think it might be easier to, when you get to item 14, to just make a motion to do what you want to do about money and not try to deal with moving from an item to another item. Just procedurally, I see that difficult. But because I'm not going to rule it out of order, but because we have a motion and a second, I'll see what other kind of discussion we have, and then we'll deal with it appropriately. See, Councilmember Schaffner and then Rowe.
Can we just clarification that we actually have funding already available to start the program? So,
That's correct.
All right.
So we don't have to move anything to start. We already have funding available that is outside of CCTV. So we already have that funding available. It's sitting in our accounts right now.
Yeah.
All right.
I just want to point out that what the amendment that Jim just moved, or his explanation of it, is congruent with the main motion that's already on the floor. The main motion on the floor was to approve the contract without the language about the canine in it and all the operational strings that are attached to that. So it's the same thing. The amendment is no different than the main motion.
Other than.
Except for the part about item 14, yeah, that
He
they just
would
dealt
have
with.
he would have to do something in item 14, and I think it's probably more
Which is
appropriate to
difficult,
do it
yeah.
in 14 and not do it when we're talking about 13. Patricia might look at me and say that it would be out of order to do what he's doing.
Well, then let's open item 17.
Yeah. The thing about it is what the motion that I made, I'm removing the canine. He's basically putting it back and then moving it back out. It doesn't.
Okay. All right, so let's do this.
Trying to help the people that are here understand, we take it out, but we're not doing away with it.
I'll help people when we get to.
People have heard that.
I'll help everybody in the room. I'll help you. When we get to item 17, I'm going to make a motion to direct the town manager to include an item in our fiscal year 16 police department budget that would allocate $200,000 from our general fund to establish a brand new Trophy Club PD drug mitigation program, which would provide funding for any new or expanded aspect of drug enforcement within the town of Trophy Club, anywhere. No strings attached, nothing from the school. And this would be things to include, but not limited to, a canine program or a canine unit. Other new programs that the chief would want to pilot, new capital, equipment, technology expenditures, training, community outreach, all of that at the sole discretion of the chief of police and the town manager.
For the town of Trophy Club.
Yes. To include the schools because they are in Trophy Club.
That is helpful, although it wasn't to the point, and I was really out of order, but I'm here.
Yeah. That's why I emailed you yesterday, so you know you might have to call me out of order.
With that openly stated, I'll withdraw the amendment.
Okay, you can't do that unless the second agrees.
I agree.
All right, so, Holly, the mover and the second have agreed to remove the amendment to the motion. All right, so now we're back to the main motion. And the main motion is to approve the SRO agreements without any canine mention or support or activity or words. Is that clear? All right. All in favor, show your hands.
Hold on. Why I'm voting no. I don't want to have a John Kerry and Nancy Pelosi moment. I would have rather preferred to go to 14 and 17 and then come back to this. Because right now I'm voting no for a dog, for canine. I have no idea whether it's going to pass or not.
I understand what you're saying, and I understand that hesitancy is that we might get down later, and even though Ryland has what he thinks is a great idea, it may fail. And so now we're back somewhere else, and so I understand where we're going. All right, so Ryland.
Yes, sir. I would request that our Mayor Pro Tem show some faith and trust in his colleagues. He has endured some very fun and colorful elections over the years, as I'm sure many of you are aware. And everyone here at this dais has supported him a great deal. And he should have some faith that we're going to support the direction he wants to take the town in the same way we would support his direction.
And I got something at 12 o'clock this afternoon that we don't have time to digest. And that's all I'm asking.
Then you can vote for it. I mean,
We can do it in
so we're not here all
14.
night.
We can approve it in 14 and come back to this. I mean,
All right.
You want $200,000 for, I don't know what you want it for.
Okay,
Therapist,
so
For the chief.
let me help us move along.
Greg, was that a motion to go to 14 and then come back to 14?
I requested to table it and go to 14 and
You
come back.
requested it, but you didn't make a motion. So if you want to make a motion to table, we'll vote on the motion
Well, I
to
think we already have a
table.
motion on the floor, so I don't think we can do that.
The motion on the floor is what you're tabling, which is the 13. So you're tabling 13. We wouldn't vote, we would go on, and we'd have to come back to 13.
That's where you're the mayor.
I'll ask for a second.
I'll make a motion to table this.
All right, do I have a second?
I'll second that.
All right, so Lamont makes a motion to table, and Jim Perro seconds. Now, the only discussion is the appropriateness of tabling. You can't discuss the main motion. All right, so you're on this issue of just how do you feel about tables? Any questions, comments? All in favor of tabling item 13 and the motion that we have, show your hands. All opposed, same sign. The motion fails for lack of a quorum vote. We are now back to the main motion. Main motion is to approve the interlocal agreements without any canine services in them. All in favor, show your hands.
Mayor, it was also to approve the second one, the SRO ASAP.
Yes, A and B. Thank you.
So, Mr. Rowe, Councilman Rowe, I will respect your opinion and vote for this.
Thank you, sir.
All right. All in favor of approving the two interlocal agreements, raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. No opposed. It is unanimous. It does carry. See, I told you all this was difficult, didn't I? All right, we'll try to get there. Item 14. Consider take appropriate action regarding an ordinance amending the fiscal year 2014-15 budget of the town, budget amendment number 2. Now, this encompasses various things. Yes. Okay, well, items before us.
I make a motion that we approve ordinance 2015-14, budget amendment number 2.
I'll second.
A second?
And the reason I say that we have funding for the case, but if you don't have faith, in this council that we're going to move forward with this, we have secondary funding in CCPD. That they made a motion their last meeting to fund the K-9 program with $25,000. If they don't need that money, which we all agree they don't need that money, they can then use that $25,000 for something additional.
Yeah, and then that was specified, the chief can clarify that they did make that very specific in their motion. I got some folks here.
So, Councilmember Schaffner is referring to item 16, which is the Crime Control and Prevention District budget.
No.
Oh.
14 has.
Oh, the current year money.
Okay. This is a budget amendment for CCD.
Oh, okay. All right.
So that we have funding for K-9 right now. If you don't trust us, there's secondary funding for CCPD for K-9. So there's two funding mechanisms.
They voted to provide that, and we have to vote to approve their vote now. And so what Philip is saying is that by voting for this, we will do that.
Okay. All right.
So just to read the explanation, it says, the unspent amount is approximately $27,000. And rather than repay NISD, they have agreed to allow the town to use the funds or other items to benefit the school and SRO program. The $27,000 is proposed to be used for a dual-purpose K-9 and body cameras for the SRO. So in this, it says we are going to purchase K-9 and body cameras in the budget amount.
And if we don't, for whatever reason, the $25,000 in the CCPD budget to do the same thing. So we have two funding mechanisms.
About to have three.
We may get $3.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion by Schaffner and a second by Rowe to approve ordinance 2015-14. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor, show your hands. All opposed, same sign. It is unanimous. No one voted against. All right. So now, citizens, all of you signed up to speak in favor, or I don't know, maybe you didn't. 20 people signed up to speak. Now they're all going to come say no. Yeah, okay. And I surely want to respect your comments. For those of you who sent emails to all of us, I tried to respond to all of them. I think I found 3 that I didn't respond to. I just printed them, put them in my folder, and moved them to my holding area. And I apologize for not responding. I try to always respond to an email. But we appreciate all the input you gave, and been a crazy day with email. So try to get there. So any questions, comments that you feel like you really need to make right now?
I want to thank council. Just for clarity, they just approved the K-9 program.
So y'all didn't clap before, so you didn't know we approved it?
Yeah.
I don't blame you. I'm not sure we did either.
And one more thing, I just want to say thank you, and I'm not going to let you guys down. We're going to fix these problems and keep this the best quality of life we can have for this town. So thank you.
Kurtz and Schaffner, I think, both have comments. Did you want to make?
Yeah, I was actually one of the biggest skeptics of this program from the beginning, and it kind of got sprung upon us swiftly, I would say. And I did, like I do with anything, I do a lot of research, and I probably made you uncomfortable. I've made Patricia uncomfortable so many times, you know, and Steve and everybody else. I asked a lot of questions. I do a lot of research, and the chief was dead on in all his projections and all his forecast and everything. But I will say, I think that Chief Arata probably keeps things to himself. In other words, he doesn't say we have a problem. He makes us feel very comfortable that everything is going so smooth that we shouldn't worry about anything. And so I don't think that he really, at least to me, he didn't make me worry. And so I thought, Trophy Club Texas, why do we need a canine unit? It just makes no sense. You know, we're a very safe community. But then when you know, as people were writing things throughout the last couple of days and you read, you know, I have posted 2 exchange students who attend Byron Nelson. From them, I've heard how the drug problem in our community. I have heard nothing except how many drugs there are at Medlands, school my child started. Northwest High School has a fighting problem, and Byron Nelson has a drug problem. I mean, you start to realize that his job is very tough. And I will say that to a person on this council, and we fought hard to get you. You know, we wrote letters. It wasn't our decision, and it drove us nuts that we couldn't make that decision, because we would have hired you probably without interviewing anybody. You know, we all wrote letters. And we have the greatest respect for you. We have the greatest admiration for you, and we know that you are making a difference in our police department. I want you to know that. You know, I want you to know that you have the support of this council, and we back you. And we know that you're going to do what's best, even if I'm a skeptic on different things, different tools that you need. And I ask a lot of questions. I still, at the end of the day, know that Trophy Club is a much safer place because we hired you.
I really don't want to speak up for Philip. Those who don't know Councilman Schaffner, he does more research than just about anybody in this town. I mean, he is a godsend. I mean, having him on this council.
He does more research than everybody.
He really does. I mean, and he plays the skeptic, but he's on the right side of the decisions 99.9% of the time. I just wanted to speak to the dangers of social media and what went on. Behind the scenes, a lot of you didn't know what we were saying as council people, and we can't all get on Facebook, especially with different rules. And one of the things that the chief and I spoke about almost from the beginning was that I wanted it separated from Northwest ISD. I wanted it to be a town dog. I wanted it to be a town program. And, you know, we always push budget, 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 so he's thinking, how do we save the budget? He's trying to get in there. Once we heard what was going on, and many of you might not know, but 4 of us have school-age kids here that are going to our schools. My son's about to go to Medland, very worried about what's going on. We've heard all of these things. But what we came up with behind the scenes that you folks didn't know was that we knew there was a bigger problem, and we wanted to attack the entire problem. We didn't want to piecemeal this, that he comes here now and says, I need a K9, and 3 months later it's, I need, you know, to get some rental cars for bait, and I need to get this. We wanted to have a holistic, comprehensive approach. It's our job to vet what he has to say, do the research, and then come up with the right decision. And that's why you elected us, and that's what we were trying to do behind the scenes. I know some people thought that we were just all, pro-drug, didn't want to do anything. But that's what we were doing behind the scenes, was trying to get the best program here. And what Ryland actually came up with is what we think will keep this town, the reason why most of us moved here. We came here because we heard it was the safest town, had a great police force. And in the past year, with the additions of the chief and Holly and Stephen, there's been major upgrades in this town. And nobody on this council wants to take a step back. So I would just, encourage you folks to give us the benefit of the doubt once in a while. Because sooner or later, some of you are going to be up here and you're going to expect the same thing. So I just want to say that because we have kids, we live in this town, and we want to do what's right for the town. None of us are out there trying to, undermine anything. And what Philip said, we love the chief, you know what I mean? And we come in there, what can we do? But this is a bigger problem than just the school, and we feel that the chief needs to lead it. And we're, quite honestly, personally, I think the NISD is going to come to the chief as the leader because he's got more experience than anybody else. But we don't want to be tied to their rules. So that's what was going on behind the scenes. Sure, you had to sell it to a couple of people, but we wanted to make sure it was a holistic, comprehensive, long-term approach that we can be proud of. So I just want to make sure everybody gets that out there. And when you are sitting in someone else's shoes, just remember, that it can turn very quickly, that you don't know what's going on behind the scenes. All righty? That's it for me. No applause necessary.
Thank you, Councilmember Kurtz. That's the most you've said since you were elected. So he's now comfortable in the position.
Yes. And his computer crashed. It
did, yes. That's why I had to speak.
Okay.
No.
And so the other thing that maybe y'all don't understand before I let Mayor Pro Tem Lamont speak is that for Ryland Road to talk about making a motion to spend money, I think it must have hailed and we have 5 inches of ice out.
Yeah.
That's the only explanation for what has happened.
I voted for a tax increase that was only going to get us like $11,000 or something, and you guys just
freaked out.
Drug me. Ryland? Really? But
Okay. So anyway, you change as you get involved in some of these things. Councilmember Lamont?
I have an older brother. We always bounce things off each other. And believe it or not, he was a New York State detective for 20 years, and 18 of those years was in the narcotics division. And I called him up, and he said, God, I wish I had those. They didn't have K-9 units back then. He would have saved hours and hours and hours of legwork, not to mention just getting more drugs off the street. So from day one, I've always been for this. And by the way, I think they can cancel the fundraiser to send you guys to Colorado.
All right, so Ryland, comment?
what Tim said struck a thought in my mind, and he's right about the dangers of social media. But I'm a guy that puts my opinion out there 100% of the time, and I would encourage others to not be afraid to give their unvarnished version of the truth in public, because we heard feedback from a lot of moms about a lot of things in our school district that, quite frankly, Chief Arata is too nice to tell us about.
Yeah, we need that information, definitely.
And
so what I would suggest
that's a
is
linchpin
sometimes
in understanding
it's
the
easier
situation.
just email us, ask us the question, or call us and ask the question, as opposed to getting involved in partial factual data on Facebook. We're here. We'll try to be as responsive as we can. Contact the chief, contact the town manager, and maybe it will help get the facts out there. But I think what we all learned was that there were issues there that we had no idea existed. And the last thing that we really wanted to do was this get out of hand so that we had TV station here tonight filming, and tomorrow was Trophy Club drug problems. So realize that there's another side to this issue to say somehow we need to solve the problem and fund it, and we'll get there. So Councilmember Perro, and then we'll move forward.
I just wanted to close by pointing out, first of all, this council does abide by the Open Meetings Act. That's obvious. by the way, some of the comments I made and some of the other comments were made by Mayor Pro Tem Lamont. But what really encourages me, and I think what encourages our fantastic chief of police, is this turnout. I've been serving here now for 14 months, first time in public office, and typically those chairs are empty, in all honesty. But this issue meant so much to you to support our chief and the police department that serves this community. You filled this building to overflowing to demonstrate, unlike a lot of the nation that doesn't respect the men who wear the blue uniform and put their lives on the line every day, you do. And you care about this community.
I want to remind council that the seats that you have in your new town hall design would not have held all of the people tonight. So just
He's been telling us to make
Second story, I can see it coming now.
I'm just trying to get that.
Couple extra seats.
Oh, all right. So, Stephen, help me. We've dealt with 14. I think where Rylan is talking about making a motion is a ways away, which is which item that you can do.
Item 17.
17. That's what I thought. So the two items in between deal with interlocal agreements and the crime control district. My tendency is to go to the 16 and deal with that issue and then go to 17. But should we do the opposite? I guess I do 17. All right.
Item 16 is a formality. You have to accept the budget. It's the first step in the process, so it doesn't mean that you're adopting the budget, but you are receiving it by state law that you have to take this action, and then you can have discussion about it as we go through the budget process.
All right. Thank you, Stephen. So I'll call up item 16, consider and take appropriate action regarding acceptance of the budget adopted by the Crime Control and Prevention District and ordering public hearing on August 11th, 2015 on the budget to be held in accordance with state law. We have a motion to accept the CCPD budget.
I'll make a motion to accept the fiscal year 2016 CCPD budget as presented.
Do we have a second?
Second.
And we also need to set the public hearing for August 11th.
I read that.
Okay, all right.
But his motion didn't state it. Does his motion need to state it? Okay, your motion needs to state it.
And
You're going to
to
set the public
set the public hearing for August 11th,
Second.
2016.
Okay. Any discussion? Hearing none, we'll call for the vote. All those in favor of 16, hold your hands up. All opposed, same sign. It is unanimous. We've dealt with 16. All right, 17. Receive presentation and provide direction to town staff regarding fiscal year 16 general fund expenditures and supplemental items, discussion of same. All these people are staying. At this point, you've invested so many hours, you might as well, right? Oh, wait a minute. Y'all are wanting to leave. No, you can leave if you want to. I'm just kind of going, I really wasn't telling you yet.
Mayor and council, we are discussing.
Trying to leave as quietly as you can.
I can wait just a minute.
I tell you,
Everybody leaves.
I tell you what, it is 21 minutes before 9. It is 10 minutes till 9, and we have returned from recess, and we are ready for our presentation, Steve.
Mayor and council, tonight we're going to discuss general fund expenditures for the upcoming fiscal year 2016 budget. I'm going to give you a brief overview of some things that we've already discussed going forward and maybe some changes that have happened since we originally discussed them. Overall in the FY16 budget, there is a 3.17% increase in personnel from the 2015 budget. The 2016 budget still includes the stipend of $750 per employee, and currently it does include a full payment of that stipend for the EMS from the town. It includes supplemental personnel, including a police officer, which would also go along with a promotion of a current police officer to a sergeant position. The inclusion of a firefighter, paramedic, which would be half funded by the town, half funded by the MUD, and an intern / part-time network specialist for the IT department.
Stephen?
Yes.
One quick question.
Sure.
On the full payment for EMS, on the first line, the stipend, we're paying half for the firefighter employees, but we're paying full for the EMS. Is there any reason why the MUD is not participating in half of their?
Well, last year they elected not to participate. I believe that they're going to include this, but there's no guarantee that they're going to participate in the stipend. If you want, we can reduce that to half and fund half, and if the MUD doesn't fund the other half, then it just doesn't get funded. It's really at the discretion.
I would support that. We pay our fair share at the half. If that's a vote or not,
I would agree with you, sir.
All right, so I think what I'm hearing is budget for half for now, and we'll see. It seems like that last year we ended up budgeting for full.
We did budget the full.
And when we budgeted, we originally came out with half.
Right.
And then we.
At the end, we said
Okay,
this
so
doesn't
so
feel,
we changed it later. Okay, so we did the same thing?
It's just disappointing that we and the MUD can't get on the same page.
Well, okay, but in theory, I'm going to say that I support full only because the town is the employer of record of those people.
I have a thought on that.
So that's the way they ought to be treated, and it really is our decision to spend the money, and the MUD, in essence, reimburses if that's what they choose to do, because those people, they partially fund. So that's just my opinion, but put it at half, and Stephen, talk to MUD, let's see where we go.
I mean, I'll say this, is that you're not talking about a significant amount of money that makes a difference in morale and to those firefighters that do work for us and go into structure fires last night that, you know, I think we can have our disagreements with what the utility district ought to do or not do, but, you know, we're not talking about, you're talking
We're
about
talking about 75, about 7,000, and that includes all the benefits and everything, the other half.
And that's exactly why we did it last year. And, you know, I'm not going to die on that hill and say we can't do it, but I want to talk about why I'm frustrated that we're not getting cooperation on that. So
let me just ask the question so that we do this right. For morale purposes, would it be better to say we're going to fund it 100% and then go try to get the MUD to fund it so that the firefighters understand we're there?
That, but also conservatively putting it all out there, you know, if we have to take some out later, puts us in a better position than having it lower and then adding to it later.
So those of you who said take it out, how do you feel?
I stay. So let's see what they say
Can I
first.
ask a quick question?
Yes, please.
Because I wasn't here last year, and I understand funding the entire thing. Was it a stance by the MUD that they were not happy with the performance of the fire staff, that they wouldn't pay for it, or are they just trying to save money? What was the reasoning for them not?
Philosophical difference about the stipend.
Oh,
And they have some differences in opinion about
nothing to do with
pay
operations.
and how firefighters, because how do the firefighters receive merit or other compensation such as stipend, and how that is impacted with other MUD employees and what they do there. So I think there's some conflict there within their thought process. I think, as the mayor said, the stipend versus what they want to do versus maybe they don't want to do. But
They didn't do anything, obviously. I mean, instead of
We
doing what
funded
they
it.
wanted to do, we funded. Okay. Thank you.
All right.
The budget process ends in August, right?
You would adopt in September.
So we have time. We want to revisit it.
Yeah, doing it.
All right, let's leave it in the budget for right now.
At a previous council meeting, there was a merit pool that was preliminarily approved of $135,000, and it was to be distributed at the town manager's discretion. We have come up with the following way to distribute the merit for 2016. As I spoke about at a previous council meeting, a point performance-based merit distribution at 2% per employee per evaluation on October 1st and April 1st. We're also going to have a police salary true-up with base pay increases of up to 4%, or adjustments to range minimums, whichever benefits the employee more, on October 1st, and they would not be eligible for that 2% merit. They're going to get a 4% merit or a salary true-up at that point. All of those things considered, that brings the merit right at about $135,000, and that is our discussion with Stephen and then Chief regarding his police officers, how that is proposed to be distributed.
I have one little thing, actually two thoughts. So based on this 2% per employee per evaluation and 2 evaluations per year, the best employee, the guy or girl that you are the most happy with, is going to get 2% here and 2% in 6 months, so it's a little more than 4% year over year. I don't remember exactly how you had it broken down. I remember last meeting you talked about how it was broken
and
down.
3%. And then for the police, it was 5% and a little bit larger salary true-up.
I would encourage, before we lock all this in stone, and how y'all divvy this up is really totally up to Stephen and obviously the management team. But I'll give my thoughts on it, which is maybe find ways to tweak it. If somebody's doing awesome, I'd rather a couple awesome people get 6 or 7% and then a few more so-so people just not get anything. And that's just me. I'm just sharing my personal philosophy on things. And I'd like to, before we, at our next time we discuss this item, I'd like to see the tiered evaluation thing again that you guys showed us, just so we can all talk about it just one more time, because that was in the middle of, that was our first cut at this, and I'd just like to see it again. So that's all I have.
Okay. We're actually in the process of developing that. We currently don't have. I mean,
Okay.
it is tiered the way that I laid out in the previous meeting, and we're currently in the process of developing that further to include all of the questions and evaluation criteria.
And I'll talk to Stephen just briefly about this. You know, in my line of work, if you're not performing, you don't stay around very much. It's different in your business, you know. You can't just go out and fire somebody like I can, per se. A lot easier in construction than I do with pallets. But I'm not a huge fan of if somebody's not meeting expectations of you know, people. So that's just
Well, if they're not meeting expectations, they wouldn't.
Yeah, I just wanted to, we looked at that briefly, and I do remember seeing something say needs improvement or may need improvement, and they still had an increase next to them. Coming from the private sector, I tried never to give a raise, especially a merit raise when somebody needs work. That being said, I really want to reward the best employees, I mean, if possible. I mean, I know legally you probably can only do so much, but I would weight it towards performance as much as humanly possible.
Right, now we had criteria that does not meet expectations, which means you get nothing. Now, needs improvement may be somebody that comes in early, stays late, works really hard. They just need to get a better grasp of.
Yeah, so our definitions are just different.
Right.
That's all. Okay, so we would, yeah, if you
meeting
could.
expectations, just, is that what you're
What I don't want to do is us at the dais get caught up
Yeah.
in labels,
Right.
you know, and that's something that we're working on because we want to improve our performance evaluations in the system. Now, you know, some of the comments tonight, that's feedback that we'll take to the management team and get some thoughts on and see what they think. And,
So
you know, yeah.
Okay, services and supplies. There is a budgeted 11.95% increase from the fiscal year 2015 budget. Roughly 7% of that increase is related to supplemental items. $75,000 for a comprehensive plan, half of the total cost. The remainder is preliminarily budgeted in FY17. $35,000 for a cloud backup and recovery system, and that would be an ongoing cost. $8,200 for a NEOS relocation from Harmony Park to Independence Park, and $7,500 to convert some of our non-irrigated medians to hardscapes.
I have 2 questions.
Go ahead. So, I just want to give my 2 cents on this. The NEOS relocation, I've heard different things here. Now, Harmony, there's a ton of little kids out there. If it's not being used at Harmony and we want to relocate it to the baseball fields, it doesn't make sense to me. I know people said, oh, the little kids are going to play with it there. They're not playing with it at Harmony when they go there to play with it. Then I've heard other people say, oh, but it will stop some kids from throwing baseballs up top. So we're going to spend $8,200 to move something to stop a behavior of older kids who are throwing stuff up there who are never going to play with this. So I'm not saying it shouldn't be done. I would vote against it. But I think our reasoning for wanting to do it may be flawed. If we can't get a bunch of 3, 4, 5-year-olds, whatever it is, to play with it at Harmony Park, which it's a ton of little kids, I don't see why all of a sudden they're going to go, oh, it's at the baseball fields, I'm going to not play with it. So that's my opinion. So I would agree with that.
So I was going to bring that up also. I'm not sure that's money well spent to move it.
We can absolutely.
I don't know. Maybe there's a way that the park board or something can really get some figures on that. I don't know how we know it's not
Move it
used,
to the
but-
Dino Park.
I can just give one comment on that. The reason, when you say about that, you're correct. There is a ton of little kids at Harmony Park. There's only one unit on the NEOS, the small little ring unit that's designed for little kids. That unit, if you moved it to Independence East or West, I only looked at East, if anything, you would actually see between the schools, it's your school-age kids that would use the NEOS more than anything else. You might actually have kickballers use it before it's all over because of the design of those 2 features, the wall and such. It's poorly used at Harmony. I was more of a proponent back then of a traditional playground, not the electronic playground. That didn't come through me. But I think you'll see an increased usage if you do locate it near the baseball fields and near the schools of Medwin.
So for the apparatus that you're talking about, just part of it, you're saying?
We got the quote to do all 3 units, but the ring could stay. The ring is the smallest little.
Yeah, but if you left it, that would affect what you could do with the rest of that space.
It was all 3 of them moving over.
Yeah. I'll say, as the resident toddler dad who lives close to Harmony Park, that it's might be a cool thing for 7 to 11-year-olds, but it was a bad decision to put it there and move and replace a toddler playground with it. My 3-year-old loves the wall now, but I have to lift her up when she wants to hit the big buttons, so it makes me sweaty. I don't like to sweat, so unless I'm playing basketball.
But, okay, so if we move it, are there plans to put toddler items there, or is that additional? How much more additional?
No, there's been discussions about putting a toddler playground there. The toddler playground that came out because of its obsolescence.
Right.
It was age. It wasn't. We didn't swap, but that has been the talk, whether that moves through park board or whatever, to look then at bringing some toddler elements back to.
I think it's crucial that we get, and 8,200 seems like a lot of money, but I think it's crucial that we get a toddler playground.
I guess it's strange to me that I moved, I'm not exaggerating, I moved 20,000 square feet of fitness equipment, 55 treadmills, and 62 pieces of weights for $7,500 from one club to another, took it down, shrunk wrap it, and brought it to another club and set it up, including TVs and everything else. So that's why this jumps out at me. I mean, I've done stuff much bigger than this for a lot less money. I mean, we had a friend who just moved in his entire home for $2,200 yesterday. I mean, so it just, I don't know, it just seems crazy.
And the only thing I would add, Councilman, is that quote was, if it goes to Independence East, that's for pouring a pad. right off the t-ball field, and then we have to saw cut through the concrete, and we have to hook up to the Musco, basically the electrical system. So most of your costs came in from the service side of hooking it up.
So maybe there's an opportunity to provide an alternate proposal that would put it in a mulch type area that doesn't exist yet, that might be cheaper or something like that? I don't know. I don't want to get too out in the weeds.
So I think what you've heard is, if you're gonna move it, maybe somehow we need to address what's gonna happen at Harmony and some questions. All right, so I have two questions. The cloud backup and recovery, is this utilizing City of Keller or whoever it was that we were gonna share equipment?
Yeah, their director of IT retired,
Okay.
and they've done some other things, and so that does not include this.
So that's, okay,
Right.
so that's fine. And then I'd like you to describe for us what's a comprehensive plan and what's the benefit to us now?
Well, one of the things that you keep hearing me preaching every chance I get is planning and thinking about the future and what do we want to do. Our current comp plan is 20 years old. It was adopted in 1997, almost 20 years old.
Stephen and I were in high school.
That's right.
We might as well scoreboard everybody while we're here.
I hate and if you look at it, we've done really well. We have followed our comp plan, and the comp plan is important because it gives a overview of what your vision is for the community, and that's important for development purposes, but it's also important for residents and businesses and other folks who are looking. But it also serves as a legal document, so that you have that as a basis to back up certain zoning or certain development, or to, it's not in line with the comprehensive land use plan. And as we near build out, I think that the town, we need to consider looking at how do we want redevelopment to occur. Where are those areas that are going to be really important to us? We have a lot of straight zoning in residential areas. I know there's been tear downs, and we will probably experience that in the future. How do we want those neighborhoods to look? How do we want those neighborhoods to feel? Do you want sidewalks to come in certain areas that don't have sidewalks? Do you want 3-story houses, or do you want 1-story houses? Do you want a certain look to those houses? Or do you want to preserve some of the original, one of the examples I used with, I was talking to a council member about this, and I said, no one thought maybe 30, 40 years ago that the M streets in downtown Dallas would be as hot as they are. But those stayed and they remained, and now they're very popular homes because of the craftsman workmanship and the look and the neighborhood and the lots. And maybe ranch style 1975, 1980 ranch style homes aren't in vogue yet. I mean, they're kind of coming back because of all the HGTV shows. But maybe we want to look to preserve some of those neighborhoods and create an overlay district for that. Do you want to look at redevelopment along Highway 114 where we have some areas that maybe we see a higher and better use for? Those are all those things, and really I put this in here to start the conversation, because in reality, this is probably a year to a year and a half project. I would want us to go get firms, to do an RFQ for this, find the right firm, have that right dialogue, develop that scope of services. How do we want to involve the community? How does that fit? I think there's a lot of questions here, but I really want the dialogue to begin, because if we wait 5 or 10 years, you're going to let somebody else dictate what the community looks like. And I think it's too important to our residents and to this council and to the staff to sit back and go, you know what, I'm just going to let somebody else decide.
All right, thank you, Steve. Ronald?
I would say that I agree that the need for doing this is a legitimate need, and I really want this council and the various viewpoints that we have to be able to see this through. I think we got a lot of property development experience, business experience. We got people that have lived here a really long time. A lot of the things Stephen talks about, there's a fine line between things you can do as a municipality and private property rights. And we have some guys that have really libertarian views on private property rights that can balance that, and they need to be balanced. So I really want to see us do this. But my thought is we've got a building to build, hopefully, and several other things that I almost wonder if we are better off finding a way to actually make first $75,000 payment in FY17 instead of the second and spend this year. Because by the time we get through all the other things that are going to take precedence over this, it's going to be next spring anyway. And we can take that time between now and this time next year to do the other things you talked about, which is to scope this, find a firm, all these other things, have lots of discussions with this group, with you, with consultants that you bring in, whatever, to figure out how we want to do it before we really got to start paying the big bucks. It seems like we can kind of push this off a year.
Okay, so that's the reason I had you explain that, is I felt a little the same way. I'm okay with leaving it in our planning budget at this point, but it'll be one of the items I go to very quickly if we need to cut. So I just let you know that.
So I tend to agree with you, but one thing that Stephen said to me earlier that struck with me was, right now, if a home burns down, and he didn't say it tonight, if a home burns down, that builder can come in and basically just build about anything on that lot as long as it goes up to code.
As long as it complies with that zoning.
With that zoning. And, you know, we run that risk the longer we take to do this, that things are going up that we don't want to, that don't fit our long-term plan. I just want to make sure, because he didn't say that tonight.
I think for me to support it, Tim, I would say, show me the map
I
where
agree.
that can happen, because there's a lot of R10, R7, R12, a lot of PD. There's a lot of stuff there, so what is my risk?
What's my
Is it 10 homes? Is it?
I know, that's what I'm saying, but I want to make sure we got that out there, because that, it is a risk at certain spots.
I understand.
Because I'm not someone who thinks that the R8, R10, R11, R12, R15, so I guess R15's gone, however, they don't. I'm not someone that says that they're just inadequate and can't function. I've been here for 11 years and lived in R8 and R12, and it's fine. But what Stephen is more, I think, pushing us toward is deep into the future, what we can do to augment those. So, yeah, we just need to understand our
What
risk.
ordinances do we need to tweak in order to achieve the results that our community wants? And, you know, I'm okay with drawing the funding out, but I would like for the council, as we go through the budget process, is to say, I would want you to, as one of your work priorities for the budget year, is to bring us a recommendation for a firm to begin this process, along with a scope of work.
So let me take you back one slide. I apologize for not stopping you. In the previous slide, supplemental police officer and sergeant promotion, firefighter, paramedic, and interim part-time network specialist. So the thing I want to talk about is the firefighter, paramedic position. Last year, it seems like we were talking about this also and chose to not fund it. Now, part of that got into the mud also. Because
The town chose.
We chose to fund it.
And the mud chose.
Right, okay.
They chose not to fund it.
Okay. So then it ended up coming out of our budget, or did we approve it?
No, it didn't come out of the budget.
It did come
was
out.
not part of it.
Okay. So, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but what I think we have is we have 3 shifts of firefighters.
Correct.
And 2 of the shifts have 5 people, and 1 shift has 4 people.
That's correct.
Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it seemed like some of the discussion was by adding the 5th person, it should provide a little more flexibility that dealt with overtime in some situations. But in general, a paramedic, firefighter always gets overtime because of the way the comp package works for them.
Well, they going on the 24-hour shift and then off 2 days, there is scheduled overtime within that. There's 164 hours per year of scheduled
overtime. Right. So it's hard, you can't say I go reduce all of it because that's not the way it's going to work. The other thing that I guess I want to at least lay on the table is a large percentage of our service is EMS service. So, you heard when we were talking about planning for future building, is there a way to locate some type of facility for ambulance services there? Is there a benefit to the town to do that? And if that's the case, I'm not quite sure how you staff that, but why would you hire a dual certified person? And is there a way to save money? So I just want to be able to better understand why we're hiring more people. And when I look at the times we provide outside services to other communities versus how many times they come to our town, I think we provide it much more frequently than they do. Now, I stand to be proved wrong if that's the case, but it's kind of like we keep adding people and adding facilities, and is that happening in our sister communities? So I just want to bring that up as an issue that I'm going to continue to talk about. So at this point, I'll leave it in, but I'm not sure I totally support it at this point. All right, thank you.
I'm sorry, before we go over the overview of services, past the overview of services and supplies, I would just like to see, obviously 7 of the 11.9 is the supplemental that you just had, so that leaves 4.95 just across other places. I'd like to just see that broken out by account code for all services and supplies, just so we can kind of have a better handle on which parts are hitting us worse than others, you know?
Right, you'll get that with the proposed budget document that you'll get in just a couple of weeks.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see the summary that we provided here, and then the percentage change in a couple of planning years. But then you also see by department the line item detail for the past 3 years.
I'd also like to see it with the departments, like flipped 90 degrees, if that makes sense. Whereas instead of having a page for a department with all the line items, and then I have multiple departments, and I've got 12 or 15 services, supplies, line items, I'd like to see a page for every services and supplies line item, and have my left side of the page show my departments. That way I can look at types of services and supplies and how they're affecting us across all departments. Because what I found last year was if you go by line item, by department, you get very operational and very specific, and it's hard for me to sense trends. So it's just a different way to look at the numbers, I guess.
You want to see for the entire general fund, say every line item just added up together basically.
I think what he's looking for is, because in your budget, this is what I do on my spreadsheet. So you might have something that is the same, in each department.
Sure.
It's like small equipment.
Right.
Sure, yeah.
So he's wanting to see that across.
What is small equipment?
Right.
Right, yeah.
In total.
But by department.
No, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be by department.
But just like over.
Yeah, I was using that. That's my fault.
Well, the way we've been doing it now is by department.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
if you want it all added up together
Yeah.
for the whole general fund, and just to see small equipment for every department, we can do that.
Yeah, thank you. That'd be awesome.
We,
I don't want yours.
And Councilmember Rowe and I, we've talked about, and that's something that
Yeah, we did
talked
talk about that a long time ago. Yeah.
We've talked about how we can better show that information.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, capital and equipment replacement. We do have a capital and equipment replacement portion of the general fund. We set aside money each year based on the depreciation of all of the equipment, and with the amounts that we set aside, we purchase equipment that comes up for replacement. The proposed amount of equipment, capital and equipment replacement this year is $282,931. There are a couple of supplemental items on there, and then the other items listed above are items that we already have, and we're just talking about replacing those.
I have a question on this. So Harmony Park bleachers, this drives me nuts every year. I'm so sick of wood bleachers. What does this replace?
This replaces, this creates 4 sets of 5-row bleachers I mean, I went to soccer and asked them, I didn't do it all at once, I figured next year we'll do more. But this replaces 4 sets of 5-row bleachers, so those dilapidated, the ones that we want to go off of the main field of Harmony Park. And
That's those big ones?
they're gone, they'll be gone in this.
Soccer gonna pay for that, for running on our fields?
Well, you know, and I bring this up because I would like for our committee to talk about capital replacement with soccer on this particular item, because no other field that my kids play on have bleachers, and we do, and they are the worst. They must have been there from the time Jim Carter was here, you know, when they first moved into Harmony. And so I think that we, you know, before we spend $12,000, we ought to have a serious conversation with soccer.
Or if you're telling me, because I don't even do organized sports yet, if nobody else has bleachers, everybody's got their little fold-out chairs and everything else, and do we need to evaluate the need to have them at all?
They did identify the 4 fields, main field being the other ones, and then 2 other 5-row sets of bleachers, getting rid of some of the wood bleachers. But yes, it's only 4. Like I said, your conversation could keep going past that.
Well, there's not a lot. I mean, you've replaced some, you know, over. Maybe for our subcommittee, if you can just identify what it would take to replace everything, and then we can discuss that with soccer at that point. If we're gonna continue this route of, you know, providing bleachers, I think we should just, you know, do it, upgrade it if we're gonna use it.
Other items we have up for replacement are a grandstand mower, the bleachers that were discussed. In police, we have a patrol vehicle that will replace the 2008 Expedition. Recreation, we have some replacement for the pool, slide run and barrier, spray pad features, small pool resurface, and small pool filter replacement. In information technology, we have server replacement, computer replacement, printer and copier replacement, infrastructure, software, and in EMS, we have the addition of a striker power cot that will replace a manual cot.
Let me ask you about police. If we're funding the K-9 in a separate deal, and it's not gonna come from CCPD, how will that affect that, chief?
Use your microphone.
The option in the CTP was a second vehicle, so that'll pick up 2.
Second on top of this.
Yeah.
On the rec portion, slide run, can we see a proposal to evaluate and extend all the slide runs? I've observed, I'm the resident / splash pad user here. Notice everything keeps coming back to what little kids do, but I think we have issues with all of them except one. I'd be glad to talk to you guys in detail about it. I'm not saying we got to do it all tomorrow, but I'd like to have some idea of what these things would cost and be able to make a decision to do some or all or none.
What I think we'll do is we'll outline to you exactly what pieces of equipment we're planning to replace and show that. And then obviously, you know, I know you've shared some thoughts with me and about a couple of items, and we're in agreement with those. But we'll keep sharing with that so we know, and we'll continue to tweak this.
And that one, just to let you know, that one, so you are familiar with them all, that's the double slide.
Right, the big.
That's the one that we have the biggest issue with.
Yes.
So none of this falls under our capital replacement that we put in each year?
This does. All of this does.
Oh, this is all part of it.
Yeah, everything but the 2 capital supplemental items are things that we're setting aside.
So this is what we did several years ago, that's correct, okay.
And then there are 2 supplemental capital items that are proposed. One, monument signs to replace park monument signs with the old logo at Harmony Park, Independence Park West, the pool, and also adding a new monument sign at Freedom Park where there is currently not one. And then bocce ball shade structures over at Harmony Park.
I was going to ask about the monuments. I mean, maybe I'm not tuned in, but $50,000 to put a sign up at the dog park?
Well, it's multiple signs.
But you're just changing the logo portion, right? You don't have to rebuild the whole monument, do you?
Well, one of them is the whole foundation is tilted on it, And then one of the ideas is that if we want to have a cohesive look to our monumentation, where it looks like Indian Creek with the creek that goes across on with the reconstruction, the idea of improving when we do Marshall Creek, and that we make that look like Indian Creek, which then matches the roundabout. That some of these, they're old, they've been there for a number of years. What can we do to improve them? It's right now, this is an estimate for those. Some of them are very worn out. I think it's an idea that we can dress them up and make them look a little bit nicer. You know, this goes back into also, we'll talk about hotel fund, but I've got money in there for wayfinding signage. You know, it's sort of that I look at what South Lake has done with their monumentation signage in town and their wayfinding signage in town. It's really classy, it looks really nice, and I think that we can improve our aesthetics in a couple of our key entries. You know, Freedom Park doesn't even have a monument sign. So I think that to me is a priority, to have that one there, and then the other ones, they're old, they're worn out. You know, if we can salvage some of the things, we will, but it's really trying to create a cohesive look for all of our parks and entryways. You know, this is sort of step one.
I guess my only issue is I have a trouble adding a sign to Freedom Park, $12,500. So much money.
Is that what it is? The only problem I have with this is I had a huge problem way back with the replacement, and we were told at that time it was $25,000 to replace everything. Now we're looking at $50,000, so we're a little bit off.
Yeah. Well, the 25,000 was for the sign. Now, from what if you're talking about signage, it was for the signs that go along the major thoroughfares that we had to upgrade with the larger lettering, which is
No. This was in the logo replacement back in 2000.
With the rebranding? Is it
When the actual new logo
In the
came in.
logo, we specifically asked for, because Roanoke had just gone through it. Roanoke budgeted $100,000 for replacement, and we came in at $25,000. I thought it was low at that time. And
Yeah,
it's not your fault.
I spoke to Stephen about this, and, you know, I don't agree with the 50,000, I told him that, so. But I think this is kind of mislabeled, because the money is to fix the signs, the actual structures.
right.
Changing the logo just happens to be part of it, I guess, is what he's explaining to me. Again, I don't know if they're in that much disrepair that they need to be done, but again, I was vehemently against this until I was made aware that it's not really changing the logos, even though that's
Just
what
think
it
they can
says.
be done a little bit nicer.
Yeah.
And I think, you know, moving away from cinder block use and maybe some wood signs and dressing those up, you know, I don't have a quote right now. I put 50,000 in the budget to see, you know, that's kind of a placeholder, you know, saying that that's my upper limit on what I can spend to fix those. But some of them, I think, you know, when I look at other parts of our town, and yeah, some of them have the old logo on it, but to me, it's about, you know, it's also the way that, you know, I look at our entryway monumentation that we want to do long term. That's really important to me because that's part of the way you brand. It's not so much about your logo, it's about how you feel when you see something. And I just think we can do some of those things a little bit better. You know, and I'll work on this item and kind of show you kind of what I'm looking for, and kind of here are my ideas about what it is. I mean, if you have masonry done at your house at all, it's not cheap to do. And right now, finding those skilled laborers who know this and are artists and that, it's not cheap to do. And so, you know, one sign, it sounds like a lot, but you have to sometimes add electrical, or you have to repair electrical. You've got to pour a foundation, or you have to repair the foundation or pier it. You know, you have to buy the stone and the lettering. You know, it all adds up. I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's not a ton of money, but it's an investment that will last there for a long time. You know, I don't know what it looks like today, but it's a conversation I'd like to have with the council.
All right, so I'm just going to try to move us on. Remember, these are general budget hold lists. So they'll get refined. Let's try to move on if you can.
I would pull the pergola for the bocce court if you want to move on. That's my...
Same. It's pretty close to the trees.
All All right, so explain to me, Stephen, why does the page you're on and then the next page have monument signs and bocce ball?
Both the monument signs and the bocce ball shade structure are capital items, so we include them on the capital item sheet. But also they're supplemental, so they're currently not funded in the FY15 budget. So
Okay, so just because you listed monument signs and bocce ball under supplemental on the previous page.
Correct.
They're unfunded because they're titled supplemental.
Right.
Okay.
But they are capital items.
But they are capital items.
So that's why they're included on
Okay,
the sheet.
gotcha.
And did you say that you are looking at monument signs under hotel occupancy?
Wayfinding signage.
Okay. That's what we have to say.
The monument sign item was, there was an allocation last year for the planning year of 2016 to do $49,000, I think $49,500 for some parking improvements at Freedom Dog Park with the Dino Playgrounds, add some additional parking. There's not been a need for that or a demand for that. So it was really reallocating that $50,000 to the monument signs. And I've done some monument signs at previous cities, and they generally, if you do nice ones, stone, everything, $8,000 to $12,000 is what you're looking at per sign. So, and this is a list of the complete supplemental item list, and these are items that represent new or upgraded programs or equipment to the town. These are not items that are in the FY 2015 budget, so these would be brand new programs. These are the easiest things probably for you to say yes or no, and we're looking for direction on that. This
Ones
does
at the top or the ones at the bottom to say yes or no?
Well, that's really
ongoing. They're the same.
Right. Well, ongoing is something that's going to affect not just this year or next year. It's going to affect every year going forward. So they're not things that are going to go away. They're generally personnel related, and we also have the cloud backup and recovery, which would be an ongoing annual cost. Everything else is something that would either be a one-time expense, or in the case of the comprehensive plan, would be split between 2 years. So, and you've also discussed most of these so far. So, if you want me to eliminate or not show the bocce ball shade structure, I can eliminate that. Are there any other items? There is also the new police officer and sergeant promotion. There's equipment for that new patrol officer, and then there is also the personnel cost related to that. New officer and
So I don't do bocce ball, so why, there's only 2 people here that I know, maybe, I don't know, I saw Philip out there doing bocce ball.
I don't need to say shade structure like they do.
Like they do.
They both throwing money.
I did not request a shade structure. I wouldn't object to it, but I did not request it.
I think, my opinion is, for years I've heard the moms wanting shade over the swings and everything else, and, to put them behind a new court would not sit well with a lot of people that have been asking for years when they're swinging their little kids on there. That's my opinion, so if they're not gonna get it, I would pull it. That's my own personal opinion.
We can start a bocce ball league and we can do capital replacement program.
Are we going
We
to
have a
keep,
bocce ball league.
Have to pay more into
If you come to our
interest.
sports subcommittee.
are we keeping Freedom Park sign in?
I'd like to hear more before we dispense with it completely.
If we're gonna put a sign up at the dog park, I want
against
shade structures at the bocce
I'm
ball.
against that also, yes.
Humans deserve, well, of course, Susan Nestor would argue with me.
I have a quick question about the part-time IT person, since it does mention desktop support. One of the things that I've heard from Mike Pastor before is the amount of time that he has to give on desktop support type items. I'm actually in the process right now of going through a company separation and splitting up IT stuff and getting some managed IT contracts in. So I would actually like to see a competing proposal with this that would be contracting with a managed IT vendor to take some of that stuff, the desktop support printers, phones, type things, or whatever Mike deems appropriate. If he senses that there's an opportunity for him to spend more of his time as a director level employee on more high level tasks and strategic tasks. And yeah, and so I think personally, with my experience with managed IT, which is admittedly limited than some of my other experiences, if you get a good one, you get someone that's on your level that you can talk to and direct about how to do things, and you don't spend time telling them what to do. You give them your scope and then they go do it, and you might spend 10%, 20% more, but it's easier than managing, and it's easier than staffing and managing and all the opportunity costs lost and going to find a part-time person and constantly having to give them direction and check their work and things like that.
All right, so I didn't hear, but 2 things to remove: bocce ball remove and reduce your monument sign if you can take Freedom Park out.
Yeah, I'd want hard numbers on each of those, what you want changed, and
All right.
maybe photos.
Anything else that you want to give instruction on to change?
My personal opinion, public safety items in supplemental is kind of self-contradiction. This is the perfect night to make that point. This is about $90,400 in supplemental police, and then the firefighter thing's a little more complicated because of the mud situation. But at least in the police things, if we can put this $90,000, take it out of supplemental, and bring something else that's not supplemental right now, that's just in there, out, I think that'd be well received by council.
Well, you can still do that. I mean, just because it's listed as supplemental doesn't, it just means that it's a new position.
Yeah, but the difference is when something's supplemental, we have to specifically tell y'all we want it. When something's not supplemental, we may not see it and decide if we want it or not. So,
You want him to hide it?
I don't want you to hide it. I want to see it in the main budget, but I want to see, okay, that's $90,000. Throw me a bone and give me $50,000 of unhidden stuff back out into supplemental just to see. Just throw me a bone, Do you see where I'm going with this? Y'all don't get what I'm saying? You're not going to vote against this. Nobody is. We know we need it.
He's already said he's not voting against the fire.
Well, that's different. I mean the police
I
items.
disagree with comprehensive plan.
No, I'm talking about just the police items right now. So anyway, that's just a philosophical thing for me. I'd love
I didn't
to.
hear a lot of support for your idea.
I don't. Here's the thing. I guess I'm not explaining myself well. I don't understand why I'm given the opportunity to be very granular on things that I have a 99.9% chance of saying yes to, and I'm not equally granular on things that I might have a 50% chance
Because
of
it's
saying yes to.
new and we're making you make a decision on every item new.
And that's the way government works.
Yes.
It's called.
We don't add positions unless we're told.
Yeah. Well, exactly. Yeah.
Because otherwise they'd be
Whether it's a
criticized
police
for the fact
officer or
that,
not.
why did it go up? How did that go up?
Right,
Because Schaffner's gonna
That's a
put it
good
in a
answer.
spreadsheet.
That's a good answer to that question. That's a good answer to that question, though.
Now, part of the way the personnel budget is done, though, we have a list of all of our existing employees, and basically we go in and update their salaries or their benefit elections. So we don't do that if if it's just a vacant employee, unless it's already an existing position.
Yeah.
So,
All right, let's move on.
any other supplemental items?
That's all right. And remind you guys, come August.
Remember, we're presenting this about 3 weeks ahead of
Oh yeah.
where we were last year.
And that is highly
And
appreciated.
so, we're still going to be tweaking, we're still refining, but if there are items that you think of that, send those to us, and let us start looking at those or include those or have that discussion, because that's important. Tonight's not an end-all be-all, but what we're trying to get is direction saying, we're going to build the budget around kind of these parameters, and it doesn't mean it can't change, but we're trying to build those blocks, build the house.
Going forward, we'll go over department by department, the personnel, services, supplies, and capital budgeted for each department, and then any major changes we'll discuss those. In the manager's office, we're proposing a total budget of $842,000. Personnel has decreased fairly significantly, and that's due to the removal of the economic development and marketing coordinator position. Overall, when you take that out, it stayed basically flat from the previous year.
Does this account for what EDC did the other night, adding your 10% or whatever?
Now, that's shown on the revenue side, so we've taken that out of the revenue side, but it doesn't affect this expenditure.
Okay.
On the services and supplies side, there is an increase due to promotional and marketing items. The volunteer dinner this year was to be paid for by, I believe, either Atmos Energy. So that wasn't budgeted for in FY15, and then there are some additional training and travel expenditures that were related to the executive secretary.
What our plan was is for the executive secretary position is to go through the Texas Municipal Clerk Certification Program as a backup to Holly, so that we have somebody who's going through that process, so that if Holly's out or there's another person who has expertise regarding minutes for elections, those types of things, so that we kind of have a redundant person. So the increase to travel and training is related to beginning that coursework and the conferences associated with that.
So your volunteer dinner is what we talked about, going to a better place other than the
Yes, sir.
fire station, temporary setting, and
Yes, sir.
make it a little nicer.
Yes, sir. I believe it's $3,000 that I've allocated in there, and we've got a committee working on it now, and because we want to get the word out soon so people can put it on their schedule and they can make sure to attend rather than 2 weeks out or 3 weeks out.
So, only thing I'll comment about that, it's not an expense item. I think it's been poorly communicated that we want you to attend. There's really not a true invitation. And if we're gonna do it, I think somebody should get a paper invitation, not just it be announced and let them RSVP that they're coming.
Is that why I didn't get an invitation?
You weren't a volunteer yet.
And I think it should be soon, I think it should be be before we make
Change.
changes. I think.
You mean before?
The effective date?
We should have the volunteer
The dinner.
dinner before we make any changes, so, because
To
if
the-
you're not on the board anymore, you probably not.
So September 30th is the last day, because October 1st, the new appointments take effect.
So but before we make our decisions, I think.
So you're saying in August?
Because here's the thing, if somebody,
Sure.
if somebody is no longer gonna serve, and they've served 15 years or whatever, it's always after we make changes and they don't come, and that's the person that you're really wanting to say, hey, thank you for your service and things like that, but they don't show up.
One of the issues that we have found is that if you do it in August and the first part of September, you lose school, because people have school activities. It's nuts. You do it too late in the fall, then you start getting into Thanksgiving and Christmas. Spring is definitely an option, maybe late spring. Summer, people are gone. And so it's sort of, we kind of have a couple of windows. It's sort of that late September, October, or we're probably like February or April to try to skip spring break.
So maybe it's just more appropriate to not have it right after appointment season, regardless of when that is.
Yeah,
Just
I
not,
think it has a
not
lot
right.
to do with the fact that I don't really get an invitation to say come to it.
Well,
Just announced and.
Well, and not only that, but we change venues, and I think it's gonna make it more attractive.
But I really want to get
I
printed invitation, RSVP it.
The mayor and I have talked, and we're on the same page about, I think.
Are you gonna give like little certificates and things, maybe people who used to serve?
We've done that. Yeah, we've given plaques in the past and handouts. Generally, we end up taking those over to the people's houses.
I got some ideas about that too, we'll talk about
It
it.
would be nice to have kind of what we had at the 30th anniversary. If we had a string quartet playing, it's just a nice atmosphere, a nice event, so.
It was.
Yeah, I mean, and I think that one of the issues that I've experienced in the fire station, the fire station bay is not set up for that kind of venue. You can't hear, and it's very loud, and it doesn't really provide a setting that is conducive to visiting and showing appreciation and being able to mingle very well, so.
I think we're all in agreement, right?
So I'm not sure $3,000 covers it.
Well,
So I think you need to look at that
All right.
closely, please.
What is the total cost of the travel plus classes for the certification for the backup secretary?
And do you know off the top of your head?
No, there's 5 seminars a year.
Microphone or something?
There's 5 seminars a year. A couple of them are out of town. I don't have the schedule in front of me, but there's two remaining this year. One's gonna be in Fort Worth, so that doesn't require travel. But the next one, I think it's in San Antonio, San Marcos. So that would require overnight stay.
Yeah, but you're talking about getting certifications too, right? And that costs, not for Holly, but for someone else to back her up.
It's a multi-year thing, is kind of the approach that we would start working on it.
Yeah, I want to understand the TCO on that, because I think we can get by. I mean, we've had a secretary miss before, and unless Holly, God forbid, something horrible happens, I think we can get by without one.
She went 11 years without missing it.
Yeah, exactly.
Here's the thing. I'm not for it either. I think that an executive secretary, if she's working closely with Holly, Holly can show her things that she does and sort of train her, you know, and have that person know her job. So that if Holly has to miss or something happens, she can cover.
I'd be
I don't think you
concerned.
have to have a whole.
I'd be concerned that we'd be picking up the tab for the person's future promotion, and then we'd be right back where we were.
Yes,
I mean, I'm not saying that there's not things you might want to do that might help to do this and get this functioning, but I'd be concerned about going through the whole shooting match and the whole certification, given what that means for someone's career and the cost.
All right, we've had those comments. You can take those into consideration. Let's move on.
Thank you, sir.
Next.
Legal department, very small increases there. It's a one-person department, and not much services and supplies, just a 2% increase, which is based on a projection for a increase in pay and then potentially our benefits, TMRS and health insurance.
So estimate for 2015 is half what we thought we were going to do.
That's due to outside legal.
So we just
Right.
didn't use outside services.
Right. We budget $20,000 per year for outside legal services. We've used, or we're projecting to use about $5,000 of that.
What were you projecting again? I missed that.
Outside legal services, about $5,000 instead of what we had budgeted is $20,000.
I've always been happy with legal because it's through the years.
Yeah, it's easier when it's not.
We have one department.
Right.
When you have those lawsuits, it helps.
Yeah.
Police. Police is the largest budget for the general fund. Personnel. Personnel has gone up related to the new officer proposed as a supplemental item, sergeant promotion, and the salary true-up and merit. There's about a 7% increase related to personnel. Services and supplies, an 8% increase, which is due to professional services for record keeping and program recognition, and advertisement for recruitment, and public service campaigns.
So let me clarify that, because you may not understand that. We are trying to become an accredited department. And as part of the accreditation process, there are some things that we need to do in order to make that happen. And that's what those funds are for. That's when you say, so it's the record keeping program recognition. That's what we're talking about, is the accreditation process for the department. And that's something that is, it will cost us some to get up to speed, and we'll have some recurring year costs, but it won't be at the intensity that this is in terms of cost. We have some work to do. That's what we're trying to do.
And the 27,000 for the canine is supposed to be in these numbers somewhere?
No, the canine will be purchased with the FY15 budget amendment that we passed tonight. We will amend this to include cost for that officer to have care for the dog.
That's
veterinary.
actually already included.
Oh, it's already included?
In the estimate for 2015, the canine purchase is included, which you just amended your budget for FY15 to include. The FY16 proposed, it'll actually go down a little bit because you did not approve the SRO contract to include the canine officer going outside of Trophy Club, which we had included $6,000 worth of overtime. So you will see the personnel budget go down just a little bit related to
Did you have
that.
an income item?
Yeah, it was an offsetting
Right.
revenue.
And we did add 10,000 additional on the revenue side that will also be eliminated.
Okay, so right here is where I want the help from you guys, Stephen and Stephen, on how to put together what it is that we discussed before everybody left, which is an item in this budget for FY16 for the chief to have sole discretion with the town manager over an allocation of funds specifically for police expenditures related to new or expanded activities for drug enforcement. We're not
Let's
making
let them bring back.
we're not making motions right now.
Right.
So what I want to do, since this is the night that we've been discussing all this, is restate that, which is what I just did, and restate that it would be comprehensive to include any type of police expenditure that the chief deems necessary. For $200,000 for fiscal year 16. The two stipulations would be, one, that any program that's started or any purchase there that's initiated that has ongoing costs, once that $200,000 was exhausted, whether that took 1 year or 2 or however many the chief wants or needs, that would have to then be covered in the regular budget item outside of that fund to initiate this sort of program or task force, whatever you want to call it.
Here's the problem I see with that. You're trying to
I am.
allocate money across multiple years.
I am.
And I think that's a problem.
I'll tell you what I'm trying to do.
So why not let the chief come up with a plan and a proposal, and you fund that each year? Because each year the council's gonna make a decision about the budget.
But if it's its own line item,
Why wouldn't you just put 200,000 if he doesn't use it? It
Carries over.
and
Yeah.
you can, again,
Because you set your tax rate based on that.
that's okay. That's what we want to do.
No, I don't wanna do that.
So you're gonna
I'm set
increase the
tax
tax rate?
based on 200,000 if I don't want to.
Well, it's a shame we didn't get to have this conversation 2 hours ago when everybody was here.
But you accomplished the same thing.
No, I want to make a bold statement about leadership in this town because politics robbed 4/7 of this council from being able to have the discussion that they should have been able to have about what we talked about tonight. And we all came to a really good solution here, I believe. And what I want to do is I want to make Chief Arata's priority for drug enforcement and then the expansion and expenditures that he's going to find here and there to be depoliticized in as much as possible. So however we get there is fine, but I think it's important to use this dollar amount and put it in his hands, and we wash our hands of it and let him do what he does best.
And we can go back and cut things if that's.
All right, but here's what's gonna happen. You're gonna put $200,000 in a budget. At the end of the year, it doesn't roll to the next year. You understand that? What's unspended went away.
And then we can then allocate.
Okay. So you haven't even asked the chief how much he needs.
I want to give the guy what I want to empower him to make decisions without having to constantly come back to us.
What's
Will
the problem?
the auditors
It's to
allow
solve
us
the
to
problem
designate
that I've been
funds?
getting beat up about for the last 4 days and had my wife going crazy over.
Well, so you want
So we have a problem. We've been told over and over, we have a problem. It's time to act on the problem.
So you're gonna base your stuff because a bunch of Facebook posts that we spent $200,000.
Yeah, no, well, let me say something, because the chief and I talked about this and other people. When I was against the K-9, I thought the K-9 program was not gonna show benefits. Not that it wasn't working, because it wasn't enough to do what he needed. I felt that we needed a holistic, comprehensive approach, and I didn't want it through the NISD. And he's gonna make some pretty quick decisions along with Stephen to get things done that he should not have to keep coming back to us for and have to ask us every time. And quite honestly, I don't know if he can work a year ahead and say, well, okay, every time I gotta go in front of the council and do that. Well, I need 3 rental cars right now because I got a sting operation going on, and I need a tower because I think this is going on. Give him enough money that he can go and do that stuff and pass it through town, and do it the first year if it's 200 grand, next year there's 150 left. I'm sure these guys are smart enough to figure out how to do it, and we'll go from there. That's my opinion. So I don't care what they said on Facebook. Like I told people, I'm not a politician, so I really don't care. I want the problem solved.
Yeah,
I don't want it to be political, and just go from there.
I'm just pointing out that we were informed of the problem.
Right. I agree.
It helped us understand all angles of a problem.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
And I believe in bold leadership.
But did we get information from the principals and the school board, or did we get it from people on Facebook saying it's Cheech and Chong?
I think the
now we're asking that
is
question.
reiterating that there's an issue. The chief is telling us there's an issue.
No, the information is valid, and it's coming in from all residents, and the schools themselves actually provided information too. So it's in all aspects, and it's real information, and we validated the majority of it.
And Chief, you have 25 years' experience in drug enforcement. You know this inside now. This holistic approach that's been suggested, is it the approach that you feel most comfortable with, or do you have information you can sit down, or maybe you already have, that tells this council, I need $100,000 this year to do this and this and this? Or do you want a bank account that's just there that you can draw from as you need it and when things come up without any planning?
Yeah, I mean, to be realistic, that's an incredible amount of money for what we're trying to do. You know, maybe a smaller number reoccurring each year, you know, maybe 50,000, I think would be more realistic and then, because you wouldn't want to do big purchases, but you're right, all the small things I need to move quickly on would be more realistic and give me the ability to move quickly with Stephen's approval instead of every 2 weeks having to come back.
And that's what I think we're trying to do.
What I want to do is establish something, but I don't want it to be there in every year in perpetuity. I want it to be there as quickly or as slowly as you want to exhaust it, and I want to demonstrate the commitment that we have to allow you to do that. And the number one thing I've heard over and over and over from people that you can't argue with is we can afford it. 4 words that mean everything to public safety. We can afford it. So that's why I'm trying to make a bold statement with this. I want to empower the police department to do the right thing. I want to take politics out of it as much as we possibly can. And, I would encourage you guys to come to us with something. We're giving direction right now to bring us something in the budget so we can, I guess, take it from there. But the other thing I wanted to add to that was, as a part, anything that was spent from this, we want to hear from the chief on a quarterly basis, or I don't know if that's the right time, or twice a year, about here's what we did in the field, and there's going to be things you want to send to us that aren't maybe necessarily publicly consumable things, but of the things that are, we can talk about them here. The things that are not, that's fine. And that way we can all work together on what our ROI is on this thing and have a more open dialogue.
I'd just like to propose that since the police chief is the one who'll be using these funds, that he comes and tells us what he needs instead of vice versa. He's the best one to know.
I believe I have a solution for all of your problems already. You have the ability to either assign fund balance or commit fund balance. You can just give a recommendation to assign fund balance. It takes a motion and approval by the governing body to commit fund balance. And that would roll over into future years. If you want to commit $200,000 for public safety, you can do that, and the chief can come up with programs, and he may spend $200,000 next year. He may spend $5,000, and it would draw down on that $200,000 commitment. I think that's what you're talking about.
That's exactly what I want to do, and that's exactly why when we talked about this earlier, you guys said it sounded good. So appreciate that solution. That sounds awesome.
We will bring that to you if that's part of the budget the body wants. We'll just bring it to you to make a motion to commit your fund balance, $200,000 of your fund balance.
I think the key here is we just don't want to handcuff. In other words, if something happens and he needs that money, he can react without being handcuffed.
Now, the only downside to assigning or committing a portion of your fund balance is when we report our fund balance, we report, we try to stay 30% of our expenditures, but that's of the unassigned fund balance. So this is reducing your unassigned fund balance by $200,000.
I'm okay with that, because we're already at a higher percentage than we, is our target.
One of the great reasons we maintain that, is to be able to do things. Yeah, sure.
So we'll bring that back to you, and if you want to assign it or commit it, either way. Commitment is a stronger hold on the fund balance, and it would require a motion and approval, and then to remove that commitment would take the same.
Perfect. Taking notes.
And we already had some of this by Caroline risk. Did we get her money done?
She wasn't here.
Yes, she was.
Casey?
Oh, no, that's right.
I'm thinking Jen.
You need to co-collect on her.
She probably already made note of that.
Also included in the police budget is a increase in the capital expenditure related to the purchase of a replacement vehicle, patrol vehicle. Any more about police? Anything? Okay. EMS, the personnel is projected to increase by about 4%, and that does include the proposed half of the firefighter, paramedic. Services and supplies has gone up, proposed about 43%, and there's multiple reasons for that. And capital is decreasing 90% because the ambulance was budgeted in FY15 and not budgeted going forward in 2016.
What's the anticipated year that we would deal with the ambulance?
Based on what we received, probably 2017 or 2018.
That would be the earliest that we would consider it.
Calendar or fiscal?
Fiscal year 2017.
So it would be a year from now that we would be discussing it. It would be based upon how the vehicles have performed over this past year with maintenance and issues. It would be on the very early side of their age, so a lot of it's going to be how they perform over this next year. It also takes 6 months or so once you decide to order one, so we try to take that into account. So we'll evaluate, work with Chief and his staff to ensure that we've got good equipment on the streets and it's working, but we're not being overly aggressive with replacing it.
So while we're on this subject, I think it was Philip that suggested, seems like it should be something like public safety, fire, EMS, police, that you could use hotel occupancy tax for. That's not what the law allows today. But I really think we should make an effort to get to our senators and representatives so that 2 years from now, maybe something considered about that. It seems to me, why not use it for public safety?
Even if, you know, can park it, even if we use, you know, if they can allocate a portion of it, you know.
Now there are some uses that you know, such as a special event when we pay overtime.
Right.
The cost of the you know, security, fire, EMS, police personnel, working that event. We can.
I think what we really want to do is, you know, we talk about heads and beds, we'd like to have a component protecting those heads and beds. That's what we'd like to.
You know, I may even go so far as to say there's probably some capital items related to police that you could probably purchase related to, you know, one of the watchtower items that to watch over the crowd. Those are items that would be related to a special event. So, personnel in EMS is increasing due to the additional firefighter and the proposed merit increases. Services and supplies, collection fees are increasing, and that basically means we're bringing in more revenue. We pay a percentage of the revenue that we bring in. We're proposing a higher revenue number because what we've seen to date is considerably higher than what we had proposed. And so with that goes increased collection fees. There are training and travel increases, vehicle maintenance on the ambulances. Our medical control contract has changed, and there's about a $5,000 or $6,000 increase related to that. And then there is some small equipment replacement that is also proposed.
How are we doing on collections? I know that CCPD, not CCPD,
EMS.
CFAT discussed that, you know, way back, and we change vendors and everything, so are we having to write off as much as we were back then, or is that?
I actually have not got into that yet.
Okay.
It's on my list, but it's but we'll look into that. It's always going to be, every city I've worked at, 50 to 65%. If you're getting 65%, if two-thirds of the people are paying, you're doing really well. So I think when I had done that before, I think we were right at about around 58 to 60%, something like that. I don't recall off the top
And
of
then
my head.
we switched vendors.
We did switch, and our revenue's up, so that tells me that it's way up. So that tells me we're doing something.
And conversely, now this isn't, we're not talking about court here, but on the court side of things, we're not as pleased with the change there and may explore options.
And then the capital, the decrease is due to the ambulance budgeted in the prior fiscal year. Going on to the streets department. Streets department in total, there is just a 2% proposed increase. Personnel, there's a decrease due to some turnover in the department. Services and supplies, there's an increase due to electricity for streetlights, which is we really can't do anything about that. So, any question about streets? Medians, we are proposing that medians is combined with parks going forward in 2016. You can look and see that medians used to be part of parks. In fiscal year 2013, it was actually included with streets, and then in 2014, it was made its own department. It's really not its own department. The 3 employee, we just kind of put 3 employees out there. All of our parks employees deal with the median somewhat. So,
And we track this information, so if you wanted to know what we spend on medians,
right.
we can tell you that. We don't feel that we need to have a separate budget, a separate departmental budget, because what happens, it's convoluted on the accounting side for us, and so we would rather streamline it. If you want us to pull out what that information is, we can do that. We do that. We track that. We just don't want it as a separate item.
It gets more confusing on like human resource side.
Well, right now you say it's a decrease overall. Is it a medians decrease overall, or is it a parks decrease?
Overall,
Did parks
on
go
the
up?
next slide.
Well, overall, it's up, but because you put the 2 together, and then it says personnel, it says, is a decrease overall. So did parks and personnel decrease?
Overall, when you combine the 2, the overall number decrease. And
right, but did parks go up? Did medians go up and go down? Like,
as far as the personnel?
Yeah.
Parks went down. And what we're proposing is, I think we talked about this during the last meeting, we've taken 1 full-time position and made that a part-time position that could do stuff on the weekends, trash and watch our fields and stuff like that. And we're proposing some independent labor, which would be services and supplies. We'd go out for an RFP to do some mowing of some of the less intense areas. So that's really the reason for the decrease in personnel.
And then additionally, we eliminated a crew leader position and saved some money there by redistributing those duties at a lesser rate to a couple of different employees.
yeah, I guess because you combine them, we can't tell that you actually did that work.
Right, it looks like
I
an
guess is what
increase
I'm saying.
because
Right.
Even though you say it's a decrease, we can't tell that you really.
Right, yeah, if you looked at the previous slide and you added the personnel budgets for both together, the personnel budget in FY16 proposed in total is less. And one of the issues that we've had with medians is, like I said, they're still parks employees, so they're kind of interchangeable, so just putting them in and making sure that they're part of the correct department has been, an issue because, they're not really associated with the medians department because it's just a made-up kind of department, so.
Good move.
Services and supplies, again, the increase is due to combining the 2. The medians is fairly heavy on the services and supplies. Water has gone up due to the rate increases, and you heard some about that earlier. Tree City, and then the independent labor that I spoke about, replacing the full-time position, reducing it to half-time, and we're increasing some contractual services for independent labor.
Instead of adding personnel, we're looking to outsource those areas that we feel that makes sense to outsource.
Did we take out Tree City last year, or did it just not, was it just not in there?
It wasn't in the budget last year. I don't recall if it was taken out or
If it came to us not there?
Right.
I can't remember either.
I could go back and check that, but
You know, I slowly change my opinion on that as long as we're doing things, you know, I'm not sure. Do we really need to be designated Tree City if we're at least doing things to, I mean,
I thought, and that's why I'm asking the question, is because I thought we had the discussion last year that it didn't matter, but we were gonna spend the money either way, so we might as well take the designation?
Well, and that's really what it boils down to. I mean, because there's part of it you can take for labor, part of it's events that you do, part of it is tree plantings, some of it is, you know, we've been able to offset some of it because the developer installed trees and landscaping. You know, in my opinion, what I would, you know, if that Tree City designation is something really important because we've had it for 10 years straight or whatever, I would rather put $10,000 in and say, go plant trees, or go do beautification that's related to landscape and trees to make our community better. And if we get the designation, that's great. If we don't get the designation, that's fine with me too. In the past, we've had some council that are pretty passionate about that specific designation. I'm more concerned with the results of planting trees and saying, you know, there's been a tree missing in this median and it drives me nuts. Go plant the tree because we have money there for it. That's to me what I would be more focused on.
Well, isn't it really just an issue of filling out the paperwork? You don't really pay a fee for it?
It's not a fee, it's
$2 per capita per resident for the city. And the one thing that not being mentioned is, okay, so you have the money in there. We also have, like last year, I believe it was a little over $7,000 coming from the people who have paid the tree mitigation costs. And so that's being combined in there. The total amount you have to identify the Arbor Day Foundation is you expended in services, water, et cetera, a total of $22 per capita.
which seems, you know, I agree with Stephen, if we do it, we get it, if we don't, it's not a do or die thing. But I think that even pruning trees, anything that you do related to trees, you can get that designation as long as you're spending that.
$2 per.
Yeah, you have to track that
Which
per
would seem,
capita
which would
cost.
seem like we.
I submitted that last year.
So it's $2 per capita in sum? Like everything all together, that's $6,000 bucks? I mean, we'll probably spend that on water, period.
No, it'd be like.
it'd be
24,000, however many people we have, $2.
Oh, yeah, why am I dividing it by 2?
Yeah.
We're 4 hours into this thing. Okay, just put me down. Yeah, so 24,000.
Where do you want to go? I was trying to figure out what you were saying about. Where did that go?
Yeah, just shut me down.
Moving on.
Yeah, the capital is increased due to the monument sign supplemental item, which we will eliminate the portion for Freedom Park. Recreation, there is a 6% personnel increase in recreation. That's due to the merit and lifeguard pay increase is one item that we've noticed with lifeguards is we have been uncompetitive and kind of the last couple of years have kind of had trouble filling all of those positions. So what we're proposing is to increase the pay of the lifeguards to be more competitive and keep people from going off to South Lake and Great Pond.
Yeah, we won't check the logs, I think the lifeguard safe, so.
Our guards are, we're not competitive. And we
What
are,
we paying? And what,
$8.50.
for a lifeguard?
Wow.
Thanks for finding that.
Well, we're moving it to 10. We moved them all, and the base lifeguard is where most of the cost is, but we're moving all of the positions up $1.50 per hour.
We have guards that have come here and that have been longtime guards for us who said, can you work with me at all? Because I've got Grapevine, I've got South Lake, I've got other communities that are saying, and then we have other fitness facilities that are saying, we want to work here in town, but man, I can make $3 more an hour or $2 more an hour. And so we're just trying to stay competitive.
10's entry level.
Wine falls.
Yeah.
So a first year lifeguard would get 10 years.
Oh, yeah.
It's still too low.
Services and supplies, this year and going forward into next year, we have a implementation cost related to Active.net, which is our new recreation software. And then there are some other fees associated with that, increased fees due to using that software as opposed to what we were using. Overall, Active.net is a great software. It's been a huge improvement. We're very happy with it. I think Adam is probably very happy with it.
I'm very happy with it. You have no idea the amount of paperwork that would come out of the old one that you have to sort through. And that goes all the way up to us in terms of having to sign off on stuff with deposits and money.
Yeah, now we
It
get
was
one
a
check
nightmare.
every 2 weeks and one nice report where we know who paid for what, and it's really great. So capital, and then there is the increase due to the pool equipment replacement that was talked about with the equipment replacement. Community events, there is a 47% decrease related to community events, and that decrease is due to moving the fireworks to the hotel occupancy fund beginning in FY 2016.
All of it, or just?
All of everything associated with the July 4th event will be budgeted. We're not going to, right. So everything associated with that event will be budgeted.
If we're going to do that in 2016, is there anything prohibiting us from doing that this year? Taking contacts and paying for the fireworks expenses this year?
We can clean that up at the end of the year. We'll have another budget amendment at the end, and we can make those changes.
Planning and zoning, I show this just because planning and zoning is another department that was combined in last year's budget. Planning and zoning was combined with community development. I just like to show the past expenditures associated with that, so it doesn't look like community development has, jumped off a cliff or anything like that, so that it's known that was combined. So as you can see on community development, you see a fairly large increase in FY15, and that's because those two were combined. Overall, personnel, there's a 4% increase. That 4% increase is due to the merit and then replacing the planner position. Services and supplies is due to the supplemental comprehensive plan. Finance. Finance has a personnel increase of 7%. That's really due to last year. When I was the finance director, I left in September, so that position was going to be vacant for a couple of months. So the finance director position was not budgeted for a full year. It was budgeted for about 4/5 of a year. So now that the finance department is fully staffed, the personnel reflects full staff. Services and supplies have increased, and that's due to appraisal fees, which have gone up by about $4,000 to $5,000. The PAFR printing, which was, I think, a fairly popular program. What we're proposing is to send that popular annual financial report to every resident. We did that this year with some marketing funds, and we're proposing that out of finance going forward to pay for the printing and mailing of that document to every resident of Trophy Club. And then we also have a reduction in credit card fees.
I had 5 citizens independently tell me when they saw me how much they really liked that.
Great.
So,
great.
Kind of interesting.
Kudos to
Somebody actually comes forward and says something.
because that was his brainchild.
Well, I didn't want to make his head get big.
Well, John, you can do better.
Yeah.
There we go. We balance.
April Riley.
She did it?
April is,
Yeah.
NCO.
So we shouldn't give you the credit?
Municipal court, this is another one-person department. The change is related to, there's no detail on that. The personnel increase is related to the merit increase and the other changes with TMRS or health insurance costs. Services applies decrease just slightly. Human resource, and this is one that will change considerably, potentially. The position, it's another one position department, and that position is currently vacant. So depending on the outcome of getting that position filled will basically make this entire budget. So it could be significantly different going forward.
So I want to make a comment here. I'm concerned about the fact that the HR position makes more than the city secretary position. So I don't know whether that's a pay scale issue or there really is harder to get HR qualified people than it is city secretaries.
I can tell you that our posting for the position would be less than what the city secretary currently makes.
I'll say
That doesn't represent it.
That's because this came out last week.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right, thank you very much. You
Okay. Also, the appointed positions aren't a part of our pay scale because you guys decide what they get paid. I can tell you that we posted the position and the responses we've got so far have been
Very good.
really good. We're going to get a very qualified individual. I think almost every person I've got has either an MBA, an MPA, or a master's in human resources with various certifications.
Good job, Stephen and Stephen.
Yeah, I'll just say that the change you see here, that was the change that happened in 15. It actually was a decision that our prior town manager actually consulted a lot of us on, and a lot of us told him that it wasn't the right thing to do. Normally we don't get consulted on things of that nature, but I just want to state for the record, we did on that one. I know I told him I didn't think it was a good idea, and I'm glad to see we're going to be able to, when you guys redo this later, we're going to be back in line with where y'all want to be.
Now, I will make the point, though, when we budgeted for this in 2015, that person was being paid at a rate considerably lower than an HR manager, and then that person also had not elected health insurance in town, which is, so going forward, if we don't have the position filled, we budget at a family rate of insurance, which would be a fairly large increase compared to the FY15. Information services, there is a proposed personnel increase of 14%, and that's due to the merit and supplemental intern or part-time employee. Services and supplies increases due to supplemental cloud backup and recovery, and also the addition of GIS services, which was part of the budget amendment tonight. And then capital, the increase is due to more planned replacement in 2016 than what was budgeted in the previous year. And then facility management, a 2% decrease, and that's due to in FY15 we had budgeted for chair replacement, which was all of this room, and then some chair replacement on the annex side of the building. In total expenditure summary, personnel, as we talked about earlier, it has gone up, proposed from the FY15 budget, 3.17%, services and supplies, just under 12%, with 7% of that being related to supplemental, and then capital has gone up to about 2.5%.
I just want to pat you on the back a little bit about this slide, because if you take 5.2 and take away the 3.9, that's 1.3% increase on items that aren't supplemental.
Correct.
I would imagine, and a lot of this is stuff that you're having to go and purchase and buy outside. And I would imagine that that's probably below like CPI index increase. I think that there's things we can obviously work on and try to get things lower and save the taxpayers some money, but 1.3% year over year compared to inflation, CPI, things like that, I mean, I think that's a pretty good job.
Well, and we're not finished yet, but I have to put a lot of credit to the managers. Mike, you set the expectation with me about the direction you want to go and what your expectations are. And it's my job and it's Stephen's job to make sure that our department heads understand the priorities and the expectations. And this is really a reflection of them. They come in and they're prepared. We spend a lot of time with them looking at their budgets, asking them a lot of questions, because I know that if I can't answer it, if you ask me the question and I can't answer it or I can't get the answer, then that's an issue. So we go over this really, really in depth, and we are very conscious about the money that we spend and the programs. We try to do the best bang for the buck and try to provide those services at a great value to our residents. And it really is a credit to them and the work that they do. They do a great job. I'm really blessed.
Another budget summary is includes the expenditures, but also includes our beginning and ending fund balances, and then what we're expecting for revenue. What was presented related to revenue has changed just slightly from what the council saw 3 weeks ago. One item that we have added is we have a cell site, which is off of 114, which has been there since 2001. We will be getting a lump sum payment of roughly $161,000 for that. And that we'll get that in January or December. And then going forward, we will bring an agreement to get a monthly payment going forward. That monthly payment, I believe, is projected to be about $12,000 per year to start, and then what we're discussing now with I believe it's Sprint is a 50% escalator every 5 years. In addition, we have removed the items related to 4B, which was the ILA, and then the $35,000 related to the staff time. So overall, it's a very nice projection and picture where we see ourselves going. One of the major items that was budgeted last year was a $385,000 transfer to capital projects to pay for some of the street improvements. Those street improvements will not be completed in this fiscal year, so that $385,000, we are pushing that to the next fiscal year because that's when we're going to need them in 2016.
And this is something that's not reflected is, right now, I've talked with Commissioner Eads regarding Denton County and opportunities there. But at minimum, my plan is to move forward with the engineering and design to go over Marshall Creek from Meadow Creek to the roundabout. That pavement there was intentionally not replaced when we did the roundabout because we knew that we needed to do something with the creek. I've asked Tignaw, they're aware of that, they've started doing estimates on that, and that would be my proposal is that for this next fiscal year, we start the implementation of getting the engineering done and going on that project. And the idea is that we could issue the debt along with for those street improvements in calendar year 2016. So that's sort of the plan. We didn't talk about that aspect, but that's a big road project that is a big one for our town, and it's not cheap, but it's something that I think we need to do. So we can have that discussion later as we do the rest of the budget, but that's something that just back in your minds.
And I think part of that, one of the options that the council approved, or the option that the council did approve related to CCPD, was to issue the debt for the street projects in 2016 in conjunction with the $2 million for the building. And then CCPD at their last meeting did approve to fund $2 million of that. So you're basically going to be looking at, a geo bond for the facility, and then also a separate bond for the CCPD portion of the building, and then also the street projects.
Yeah. So, quick question about that as related to the CCPD. Since you brought it up, I have a question. So, in their last meeting, they voted to fund it relative to the forecast they were looking at that had the out years in it. Did they take action on or discuss the ILA portion of that arrangement that we had talked about? How's that gonna?
They did discuss that. I mentioned that we would need to have an agreement with them to fund that debt service going forward. But I also mentioned it really wouldn't be executed until
another year.
Well, until we issue the debt.
Okay.
We know what that debt service is going to be.
They did not make a motion regarding that, but they all understood and agreed to do that.
Right.
Any other questions about general fund or any other fund?
Good job.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right. Council, are you okay with moving forward? We're going to go back. Anybody need a break or anything? Okay. All right, so going back to item 15, discuss and provide direction to town staff regarding the interlocal agreement for contractual professional services with Trophy Club Mud 1. You have handed out tonight at the dais. It was also emailed to you, but I wasn't sure you would have a chance to print it and look at it. Is Stephen's summary about the agreement. And so in one sense, we're looking for any direction you may want to give, but Stephen, I think, has some recommendations of where he's headed. Stephen?
Yes. A couple of weeks ago, the MUD manager and her staff, along with Stephen and I, sat down to discuss the status of the current, what we have always called a CMO, the Contractual Services Agreement. Much of this is now somewhat obsolete. There are still some items remaining, and so the idea is now, okay, what's out there that's remaining, what are those costs, and then how do we mitigate those or exchange those services. I have not talked to Jennifer about this yet, so much of the information is something we started pulling together. We had some of it just kind of pulling it all together in summary is regarding like the Savor and Annex building mowing and landscaping that we do for this facility here. We have some proposed costs for that and the number of hours that we dedicate towards that. The other one of the items is that we have agreed to in the past to do the mud mowing for other parcels of property, specifically lift stations. That's something that we would outsource, and if they would like to do that, I know they're getting their own quotes to do that. We've told them that we would not bid on that, simply because we don't want our staff doing it. We would outsource it ourselves. We've tried to assist them, I think, by distributing their information to some vendors that we know. But if they wanted us to do it, we would be simply doing a pass-through cost to them. We wouldn't upcharge it or anything. IT for fire. When the MUD decided to break from IT services from the town, there's a couple components that were remaining. One of them is IT services. We still maintain the phone system. We respond to the fire department. And so what we asked Mike Pastor and Steve Z to do is to look at the help desk request, kind of our internal customer service notifications, and how much of their time was dedicated to the fire department. It's about 3%, so we came up with $6,542, so 3%. Janitorial, that's something that they would charge to us. That's the service, this room, the common areas bathroom, and then the 3 offices. That's their contract broken out by square foot price. So that's how that number comes in. We are still evenly exchanging. We do permitting and community development activities for them and collections for the MUD, and then they do our utility billing for us for the refuse and drainage. There's no cost there to either party. We also do HR for fire department, and sometimes that can be tricky, but we don't charge for that either. And so, one of the things that we would maybe like to see, and we've talked about this just very loosely with Jennifer and her staff, is we do have a grinder pump at Independence East that needs regular maintenance on it, and we estimate that maintenance to be about $10,000 a year, just to make sure that it's up and going. If there were repairs or parts needed, we would supply that. But one of the proposals, we may go back and say, hey, why don't we call it even? You will take care of this other stuff. You take care of the pump for us, and we're good. Now, one of the items that is still to be determined is the front receptionist phone calls, phone system maintenance. We've done some things. The utility district has opted to separate some items, and I don't know the extent of that and where that direction is right now. But that would be something that would be new that we haven't previously discussed, or is not really included. So that's kind of where we stand today. This is an opportunity for council to give staff direction about where you would like to go, and then we can work on that over the next couple of weeks.
My recommendation would be that I could support whatever you want to bring back to us that you think is appropriate and simplifies your life.
My only area that I have much concern about is the way they were headed towards reducing what the receptionist did for us. And it was as if, what I hear is people walk in the door, say something about the town, they tell them to walk out and walk down the sidewalk and go in another door. I think that's totally inappropriate. And
just today, and I said I could go for a rip. Said, oh yeah.
but it just, somehow, whatever the procedures are, need to be documented. That's just my point. And what I hear also is that, faxes will come in and they really won't do anything about it. And that's just unprofessional. So I know that'll be solved in a couple of years, but that's still a couple of years away. And I'm going to leave it up to you to deal with the issue, so as far as I'm concerned. So, I don't really have anything specific. Anybody have any concerns about an area?
Yeah, mine's not an area. I think, I happen to be, having to talk to the mud quite a bit lately. And, I think I told Stephen this, is that, I want to try to play nice as much as possible for the next 2 years. If we have to lose a battle here or there, so to speak, just do it. Don't try to win every little thing you can. Just peacefully coexist and try to have the best relationship possible with her until we leave. And, if possible, take the high road. That's my opinion, So.
All right, anybody else? All right, we will then move on to item 18. Consider and provide direction to town staff regarding an amendment to the ordinance creating the Parks and Recs Board to amend the number of seats on the board and to allow town council to select the board chair. Councilmember Schaffner wanted this on. Part of it follows where we were headed on some other things about appointing chairs and an observation that there seemed to be a problem gaining a quorum sometimes. I think all of you should have gotten an email from the current chair, which is Haley Little. So did y'all get a chance to read that?
Yeah.
Okay. So Haley informed me that she does not plan on applying to continue on the board. And she will complete her 3 years as being on the board. So she also made a recommendation, I think, that said, from her perspective, reducing it to 7 was probably too far. She would prefer 9. And then she gave some explanation about why she thought selection of chair was a good thing for them to do. So what we're looking for here is, do you want staff to go work on the ordinance to bring back to us? And if so, how do you want it changed? Hello?
I would like to see it at 7 members, with us electing the chair. Here's the reason, as being the liaison, just from late last year, 11/17, one late, 2 absent. 12/15, 3 members arrived 20 minutes late, 1 absent. 1/19, 4 late. 2/16, 1 late, 4 absent. 3/16, 1 late, 1 absent. 4/20, 3 absent. 5/18, 2 absent. And this last meeting, I didn't get the things, but we waited, I think, 20 minutes or so for a quorum to arrive. So,
So how many people are on the board now?
There's 11. I think there's some committed people on the board, but I just think that it's easy to say, well, there's 11, I don't need to go this time, you know. And it's not a huge commitment, because besides approving minutes and staff reports, no agenda that they had went over 3 items. Most of the time it was 1 item or 2 items. That's it. And only 1 meeting in the whole time went 1 hour and 52 minutes. That's it. The rest of it was about 1 hour and a half at most for a commitment. So they're not asking a huge commitment. I think there were times in the past when they had a lot on the plate. You know, when they had the bond and things like that. And I don't think that happens as much anymore. I think that we can even go a step further. If there's, you know, specific items, I think they could easily form a subcommittee and bring people in, you know, besides just their members, if they had.
A body that has to function under the Open Meetings Act and all these other things that go on. 7 is a number that works. We have a reason, multiple examples as to why 7 works. They have had in the past like a trails subcommittee or something like that. You know, my thought would be to make sure we empower them and encourage them to form an ad hoc committee to do targeted things that could bring in people from the town that aren't necessarily up for a whole board, but might be up for a project or a topic or something like that to help manage the size and things of that nature. Yeah, that's it. Sorry. Like I said, it's getting late.
All right. So, is there anyone that objects to having staff work on changing the ordinance to be 7 with council appoint chair?
We would also need to, we've talked about unifying the term lengths down to 2 years. Does this one have 3 or 2? So that would be another change you would make for 2. Okay. Yeah. Then.
All right. So, not anticipating that would come back at our next meeting. Next meeting, we're trying to protect somewhat for items, so just to let you know. I guess the issue is appointments are coming up.
Well, for giving direction, you pretty much know, you know, as the appointment committee, you would know what we're going to.
Yeah, that was my second thing that I forgot. I'm turning into Rick Perry, but I remembered it now. Yeah, that's a second inside joke for those of you that follow politics. Is that we want to be sure, since we're in appointments season, to maybe de-advertise parks. Or I don't know if we should de-advertise, depending on who reapplies and who doesn't. But so maybe we continue to advertise that we are taking applications, but we should definitely reach out to the board and say, hey guys, is there anybody who's, you know, doesn't really want to fill out their term or anything like that? That way we give people an opportunity to.
I have indication, council, that I believe there's 4 people up. I think 3 of them aren't going to, I'm really confident 3 of them are not going to reapply.
So we should maybe just give the feeler to the whole board when this happens and let them know if there's anyone else that is, you know, not into it for the remainder of their term. That would help sort out the application.
Effective date is October 1 for their taking office, right? So when do we need to get the ordinance approved in order to make sure everything's good?
We'll probably see a couple of ordinances coming forward in August to try to take care of that.
All right. everybody okay with where we're headed there? And I guess, Patricia, I would say work with Philip, who's directly involved, and Adam to kind of review it so that when it comes before us, hopefully things are cleaned up as much as possible. Is that fair enough, everybody? Unless anybody else wants to somehow be involved in that. Okay, item 19. Discuss and provide direction to town staff regarding the 2008 interlocal cooperation agreement for fire protection services with TrophyClubGov. One of the things, let me get my notes on this somewhere. If you remember, we had this agreement that there was some discussion about because it had wording in it that allowed, in our opinion, that the MUD could service areas that were not in their district and not in the PID. And when that issue came forward and they went through it, the MUD came back and pointed out some things that aren't being followed or that are issues. And so if you have that agreement, I'd like to take you through some points that I think need attention and somehow need to get worked on. I think the MUD is okay with trying to clean this up to match what we're doing or to at least agree upon what we will do. But of course don't know totally. I would point out that the second whereas refers to the fact that MUD 1 and MUD 2 together are owners and operators of certain vehicles and or other equipment designed to engage in firefighting service activities and have in their employ such trained personnel. So the issue there is the word employ. So if they're our employees, then how does that get corrected to say that they either we need to eliminate the issue of personnel in that or get the proper wording that have in their service via ILA or however it's done. So that's the first point. I don't know that there's agreement on that. I'm just saying we've got lots of contradictory areas of where they're employed. The second item is under definitions 2B. I think what's missing from that list of activities is inspections. So the fire department and fire chief do inspections, I believe, but that's not listed as an activity. Now, I don't know that it needed to be totally encompassing, but when I read through it, I'm going, what's missing from there? So I guess what I would say, Stephen, is we need to look at item B and make sure that it is as good as it can be.
Going back, does it matter that they, it's just saying that they have that? Doesn't, I mean, if they don't have that, it doesn't, I didn't see that.
Which one?
The first one you talked about. In other words, they're saying that they have those people employed. You know, if they don't have it, then what's the big deal? You know what I'm saying?
Maybe
In
so.
other words,
I mean, I just interpreted it as have in their employ. So
Personnel. Yeah, it's trying to establish a basis of fact that the contract is built on, and it might be appropriate to just have the personnel portion out of there, not in there on all.
So nowhere in this does it identify that we have employees?
It does. It says that they report to us somewhere down in there.
it does.
So,
Or, I'm sorry, that they are employees of the town.
but could they not in the future, if they wanted to hire somebody that was, say, a receptionist or say I don't know. I'm just saying, well, I don't see what the, if we're identifying that we have employees and they're identifying that they have employees, if they don't have employees, what's it at? It's just saying that they may have. Then again, they may not.
Okay.
I mean, don't think that would mess with the lady.
Okay. Well, I'm just pointing out
Yeah, no, I understand.
where I think there's some contradictory terms, maybe there's better wording, but I understand what you're saying.
And obviously, there's no but too, so that's.
Yeah, and there's an amendment to this that solved the problems with Master District and MUD 1, MUD 2. So the objective may be to come up with a total new agreement and gets rid of an amendment. But then you've got this term issue to deal with, and so amendment may be easier to deal with. 301 deals with budget and funding. So you heard some of that information in the report tonight about how that budget is developed and who approves it. And this just needs to be consistent to whatever we agree upon is our operating procedures. Whatever that agreement is, it just needs to be consistent.
And at that time, it was all under one finance director?
Yes, it would have been all under one finance department.
Right, okay.
Yep. On the next page, under funding, item 2, it says the town shall fund all costs associated with fire protection services to eligible persons, and an annual assessment on the collection from eligible persons owning real property and improvements thereon located in the town but not within the MUD 1 or 2, and levied in accordance with the public improvement district. So what happens here is it's really identifying the public improvement district and not areas outside of the public improvement district. And in a minute, this item is down here next to executive session because we're probably going to go into executive session and get some legal advice about what we can and cannot do here so that you're aware of that. So just that item obviously has some problems with service assessment plan and PID and how we deal with that. Item 4, all funds that are expended during the course of this agreement will be applied to the next year's budget. Conversely, shortfalls should be due within by all 3 entities. To my knowledge, the true-up has never happened. Maybe I'm wrong. But this is talking about that at the end of the year, the money budgeted for fire and EMS, what's left over, you deal with appropriately somehow. Am I wrong that this is never being done? To your knowledge? So it's there, but that's not what's happening. I don't know what you do about years past. I don't know who benefited, whether the MUD or the town benefited. But in one sense, we...
Or have we ever had shortfalls, or is it all?
I don't know. I don't know what's there. So in one sense, I think there needs to be some research there. But if we're charging a emergency services assessment to the PID, and the fire department didn't spend all their money, or we do a credit. Now, they don't necessarily credit someone's taxes, right? But we need, either that needs to go away or we need to deal with how we're going to do it. Let's not have something we don't follow, at least not. Item C, what's been happening, and it probably happened because it was simpler, is that the Denton County Tax Assessor Collector, DCAD, deposits money directly into their account. Is that right? So we don't even touch it. So, but this is talking about a different thing. What's lacking from here is that the way this is written, that all delinquent charges, they're going to them now, but the way this is written, they're not due them because we had to pay them everything by January 31, and all the delinquent charges are after January 31. So there's 2 items here where it's not being followed, and it needs to address delinquent charges. And then my concern with item 501, default termination, is that the way this is written is that if there's any breach of the terms of this agreement, that in essence, the exercise can cancel in 30 days. Well, it seems like to me that we should have some memorandum of understanding that says while this agreement is being cleaned up, that neither party can execute that aspect and call a breach and have some time on it, like 6 months. Now, I don't know that anybody would, but I don't want to get in a situation where they decided, we don't want to do any of this, and you're in breach, and therefore, goodbye.
Yeah, but it says we can remedy that in 30 days. 30 days after receipt of written notice.
Well, how are you going to remedy the fact that you didn't follow the collection procedures? I'm not sure those are, I just don't want it to all of a sudden deal. So I think what I'm looking for, and Patricia and Stephen, I don't know that you've had a chance to look at all these issues. These are things that I've had for some time in my notes since we pulled this agreement out, is I think we should delineate the areas of concern. These areas of concerns have included communication that I've had with Jennifer about her concerns, and so I think I've at least included everything I knew about. And so I think what I'm saying is, let's come up with a list, and let's get on the list to do things. How do we solve this? And I don't really want to form a committee to solve this personally.
So on the payment, you're saying that what's delinquent, we can't pay, or what are you saying?
Well, based on this, because you had to pay it on by January 31.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
All delinquency charges are collected after January 31.
Yep, but it's saying the funds so assessed and collected. So if you haven't collected it, to me, it's not due.
I know.
That's the problem.
That's the problem. So that means even.
No, but I'm saying that why do we only have to pay them what is assessed and collected?
Correct. I understand that.
So if it becomes delinquent, we haven't collected it yet.
That's correct.
So it wouldn't be due.
You're absolutely right.
You're right on.
So then when would it get paid if you follow these instructions?
If it's,
On receipt?
yeah, I mean, if they don't really have.
We would wait and pay it. We would pay it the following year.
Prior to June 1st.
Yeah, so we wait, for them, the way that we do it in practice today is to their benefit.
Absolutely.
It's absolutely to their benefit. Because the way that this reads, what we would do is that once we receive the penalties and interest, we would hold those in our account
Till next January.
till next January, which is fine because we'll make interest on it. But again, I don't think that's the right thing to do. And it just causes more work for the town staff and for the MUD staff, for that matter, to do this, whereas they could just have their money deposited directly, which is the way it happens today.
So
This is going backwards.
Having it deposited directly simplifies the whole thing, and then you eliminate this C altogether, probably. So I don't know the solutions. You guys have got to figure out what's the best way to accomplish this. I just know that when we said this 2008 interlocal agreement allows for you to service areas outside the PID that are in the town, and although they didn't agree totally with that, they came back with, well, we're not following all these other things, then we need to do everything this says. And I believe there was direction given by the board to tell Jennifer, follow the letter of this contract. Well, follow the letter of this contract has issues. So I think, going to, Stephen and Jennifer sit down, try to figure out the best way to solve these issues, and then bring those back with a new agreement or an amendment to the current agreement. I don't care how, but those are just the reasons.
Just a question, in your conversations with Jennifer, are they okay with the first whereas?
I don't know. The email I got was that they didn't really agree to it.
Well, you know,
But what it says is the first,
at the end of the day, it's crazy for us to get stuck on that when, if we assess those properties just in a normal year of fire tax, you're only talking $300 or $400, you know, and we're already charging property tax, which includes EMS service, so there's some of that being paid, and I'll pay the $300. I mean, it's crazy to get, if they're gonna tit for tat.
well, I think the point here is they're not getting paid to do this, and they can assess a fire tax.
I understand.
So they're looking for a revenue piece, and what they're saying back is, we don't know what that revenue piece is, because they haven't established really how that gets charged or what it is, and in order to solve this agreement, you're right, that item 1 probably somehow has to get solved as to what is a collection or payment for those services.
But it's not much so far.
It shouldn't be much.
That's
my point.
If we tax them the same way, the pit is
The
taxed,
equivalent of a fire tax, or pit,
Yeah.
equivalent of a fire tax that's on the mud.
And
Now,
then-
I think the issue is, how can we do that, if we can do that, right? That, the legal aspect of what we're doing.
Well, I have some opinions on that, but I don't think it's productive right now. We can wait till we get this back, but.
Okay, so anybody else have some direction or ideas about it? Anybody?
See where it goes.
Okay. So, Stephen, Patricia, you want to, do we have any other reason to go into, oh yes, we do have other reasons to go into executive session. And so, if nobody has anything else, I guess the issue is, if you want to talk about this item now to give direction, and you have a question legally, then we need to go into executive session now. If not, we could finish the other items and go into executive session when we're.
I suggest we finish the other one.
How does anybody else, is that right, Patricia, is that okay?
You would have to request legal advice for this particular item, a council member would need to, in order to adjourn specifically to discuss this item.
Okay, well, let me ask you two a question real quick then before we get there. Do you guys think it's appropriate to talk about that type of thing now, or after you've had a chance to clean up the contract and bring it back per some of the things that we just talked about? Because, I mean, to me, it's either way. I can wait, but I don't know if it's wrong to wait.
So you're saying when we get to the executive session, we just need to request or? we need
No, you have to request it
now?
now.
Oh, we might as well just go.
You need to have executive session because you want to talk about this.
Well, we need to hear from them.
Are you leading into the executive session, then you're come back out and do the manager's report and all that?
Yes.
or- You can just go ahead and I sent you the introduction if you need to read to go in for legal advice. You can go ahead and read that, read the others, we can go in on all 3.
So doing all 3?
Yes, sir.
Okay, that's cool.
Did you say you sent it
I sent it to you,
now?
I sent it to Mayor Sanders. Did you get it?
I'm not in Mayor Sanders, I can't get connected. Sorry.
You gotta go down to DC projector.
Oh, no, it's an email. I got it, okay. So what you're saying is,
If you have a legal question and you want to go into executive session on item 19, then you can go ahead and read that introduction. Since the next 2 items are executive session, you go ahead and read all of it.
so read all of them. So is somebody wishing to go into executive session as related to item 19?
Okay, I'll make
Yes.
that recommendation.
Okay, all right, so we are going to convene into executive session as requested by Councilmember Lamont to discuss and receive legal advice on item 19 and Okay, you said there was a separate section, oh, it's the attachment, okay. Pursuant to Texas Government Code annotated subchapter 551, section 551.0712, the council will enter into executive session for consultation with town attorney on a matter in which the duty of the attorney to the governmental body under the disciplinary rules of professional conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflict with the Open Meetings Act, and specifically, item 1, legal advice related to item number 19. Pursuant to the following designated sections of the Texas Government Code, annotated Chapter 551, Texas Open Meeting Act, the council will convene an executive session to discuss the following. Section 551.074A1, personnel matter to discuss and deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee, Town Secretary, Records Management Officer Holly Fimbres. Texas Government Code, Section 551.087, deliberation regarding economic development negotiations to discuss or deliberate the offer of financial or other incentives to a business prospect that the town seeks to have located within the territory of the town, term sheet agreement for incentive. It is 11:07. We are in executive session. Everybody take a break if you need.
Oh, yeah.
Council will come to order. It is 14 minutes after midnight on the 15th of July. We have reconvened into regular session. And item 21, consider and take appropriate action regarding the executive session. The chair would recognize Ryland Rowe for a motion.
Yeah, I would make a motion to authorize the town manager to execute a term sheet for an economic development prospect as discussed in executive session.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Lamont. Any discussion? Hearing none, every call for the vote. All in favor, show your hands. It is unanimous. It does pass. I would recognize Councilmember Ryland Rowe again.
Make a motion to authorize the mayor to sign a 2-year employment agreement with Town Secretary Holly Fimbres effective July 15th, based on her performance review, expiration of 6-month trial period, and completion of Texas Registered Municipal Clerk certification.
I'll second that.
All right. Seconded by Lamont. Any discussion?
I want to thank Holly for all she does for us.
Second that too.
All in favor, show your hands. It is unanimous. It does pass. Any other motions from executive session? Hearing none, we'll go to item 22. Town Council Liaison Updates, discussion of same. Economic Development Corporation 4B, July 6, 2015. The Council Liaison is Ryland Rowe.
Yeah, so this past EDC meeting, man, what did we talk about? When the meeting started tonight, I knew what we had talked about.
Want me to do it?
Yeah, I can't even remember. I sat over here though.
Yeah.
We
had
okay,
a
sorry.
public hearing for the bond issuance
I am
to
tired.
acquire the property at Trophy Wood Drive that we've already published the public hearing. This was the formal public hearing. We're on track to make way with that property. We've got one contract issued with the escrow. Patricia and I worked on today, finalizing the other contract. Hope to have that done tomorrow so we can get that signed, sealed, and delivered by the end of the week. They also discussed their budget and approved a budget. Part of that budget would be to ask the council to waive the $54,964, which is the ILA between the town and the EDC, for repayment of the $660,000 pool bond, which was defeased a couple of years ago in January of 2013. They asked that part of that ILA allows them to ask for a waiver or discontinuance. It's rather flexible depending if they have projects come forward. They've asked for a permanent waiver of that so they can pursue other economic development activities. That will come to the council for action probably August 11th. So that was their two major items, and we will have on the August 11th meeting a resolution to approve the project for the acquisition of the property by the EDC 4B. And then on August 25th, we'll have a joint meeting with the EDC 4B to approve the project once again and to sell the bond funds. And then assuming that that project is approved by the council and the EDC, we will take receipt of those funds towards the end of September, and then we will close on the property once we have receipt of those funds. So that, I mean, that's October. I can't believe, Nicole and I talk about how our schedule revolves around council meetings. My life does. I'm sure a lot of y'all do too. Like, I'm already thinking November, October. So overall, we're moving forward.
All right.
Thank you, Steve.
Any questions?
Thanks, Ryan.
You're welcome.
I mean, I came to the meeting, I got here early, I sat at the dais, I discussed, my brain is fried.
Item 23, Town Manager Sedell's update regarding the following discussion and provide input regarding same: Lake Beach Soccer, July 4th celebration, Laserfish, Pebble Beach, Holiday Inn.
Mayor and council, I'll keep these brief. Lakeview Soccer, I wanted to touch base on that. Keaton Perkins has been working on that, but we've been delayed because of some of the NISD issues with their upper tier management and some of the health concerns that they've had. The folks who have really been part of driving that bus have been out, and so we're a little behind on that. Tom is still working on it, but until they kind of figure out their leadership and how they're going to move forward with the construction aspects of things, that has really thrown a loop into several things that we do, including Lakeview, and getting those things done. So we're still moving forward on it, but know that on the NISD side, it's a little slow right now, just understandably. July 4th celebration, I want to say thanks to all the staff and all the volunteers that really made that something. It's a great event, and I love seeing all the people there, and it's a great time to showcase our town and our patriotic spirit. It's something unusual. We had 40,000 people, or 40,000 flags planted, and that's all volunteer based, and it's a really amazing thing. It makes the town look really cool. It's something very unique. Got some good press coverage out of it. We had 530 participants in the Patriots 5K. That's the most we've ever had. We had 42 entries in the Parade of Patriots. Again, the most we've ever had. And then celebration of fireworks, we had 15 vendors. I think that we were probably under-vendored based on what I saw. And I think some of those post-meetings we've already had about how can we do some things differently, how can we promote that more.
We need twice the amount of floats, not floats, blow-up.
Bounce houses.
Yep.
We need to double that.
Yep.
I'll be the toddler consultant on that.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we want to do is focus on cost recovery. What are those options that we have? Either do we do something for non-residents where you buy a pass for $5 and, or do we, I've thought about, we reach out to maybe Meet You Anywhere. We do a big barbecue tent for $5. You get a barbecue sandwich and your kid gets the right rides or something. I don't know. I'm sort of trying to think what can we do, but we also want to look for additional sponsorships to kind of offset our costs so we can grow the event and grow what we have, but maybe not have the costs come out of our pocket.
Actually, out there that day, the morning for the parade, and then later in the evening for the fireworks, I'd thought about when the parade was over, there was a line 50 deep to get into the pool. Maybe extended pool hours on July 4th. Maybe an uptick in, if you don't have a price or a pass already, an uptick in what you're paying to get in on that day.
It's free that day.
Oh,
So
we should change that.
Right.
That's why we had the
So,
line.
again, those are those things that we've the word is out that we have a really great event, and it's getting to a point where we are having some capacity issues, especially like in the pool. How do we try to mitigate that? And so we're going to be talking about those things post wrap up. We've already started those conversations, but this is something that we tracked this year, is that we had 186 hours helping pull off the event from volunteers, and it's not just. Staff works their butts off, but we have volunteers that were working out there too, and we couldn't have done it without those folks either. Sure. It's really a true community event. We estimated about 4,000 to 5,000 people for the fireworks show. It's hard to kind of guess that. I thought that was probably a little low. I thought we may have had a few thousand more, I thought maybe in the 6,000 to 7,000 range, but it was overall a great event.
At Independence?
Yeah.
You don't even count the country.
You are not talking to Country Club, which
It's-
also
it's
is
packed.
packed too, they have
We're gonna, you put on your list to get the FM radio
Yes.
relay or whatever
Yep.
it is for the music next year.
Yep.
That's a great idea.
And we think that, because, you know, at the pool, you can't hear it either,
Right.
and then you can't hear, you know, at the country club, we think that would be cool. If you're in your backyard having a 4th of July party, how cool would that be? So, yeah, and it's not a very expensive thing for us to do, and, you know, there may be some other applications we can use on it.
So the pool is free to everyone or just Trophy Club residents?
It's free to everyone.
I've already
That's
paid,
not-
I
that's
already
not-
paid for my
that's-
pass. They're gonna reimburse me for my 1-day of use.
And perhaps we can
I didn't
encourage the country club to make a donation next year?
Or sponsorship.
There were people sitting on Indian Creek at the other end of Hogan's. There's that hill, and you can see the ice cream. And they were.
People park on the
'Cause I-
slip roads.
I drove my golf cart past them and went the golf cart past it back to
Bobcat
Country
is a
Club.
good place too,
Yeah,
Bobcat and
so-
TC Drive.
It's crazy.
You know what I think I noticed was there probably were more people, but they were more spread out.
Well,
There
we
at
opened the area a
park,
lot more.
It wasn't as crowded, but coming in, it like there were people everywhere.
Well, and we've talked about what we've tried to do is, you know, one of the things is, okay, how can we better situate vendors? And how do we situate the band? And how do we kind of create a little more of an environment? Because like if you walk past the band, you literally in a line of traffic. But if people wanted to get up there and dance or watch the band, like you're in the way. So how can we reorient some things? And, you know, you had food lines that were kind of cutting into where people were trying to sit. You know, we're going to keep tweaking this and try to find, you know, I think we're still discovering the possibilities of what the park can do and how we can maximize it for an event like this. So we'll keep tweaking it.
Did we get any complaints?
Yes. I know of a few, but I would say that they're minimal. We have issues, but in terms of having major issues, what I would consider for an event with those amounts of people, it was a very complaint-free, issue-free event. There's always going to be some folks that aren't happy here or there, but when I look at the totality of having that many people come in town and what we're trying to do, everybody from Parks Department, police, fire, volunteers, streets, everybody did a really great job.
At least we don't have to get stats like how many were arrested.
Right. We didn't have any.
Disorderly conduct.
All right.
Yeah.
Laserfish. The software has been installed. We've had on-site training for community development and town secretary and Shannon, she's helping provide us some temporary assistance. They're going to be on site tomorrow and Thursday going through everything. Our plan is to go live after the binocular records have been converted into Laserfish, so that's somewhere around the 1st of September, hopefully.
I've already suggested this to Holly. Go live before that's converted. To me, there's no reason not to start day forward conversion and adding of documents.
Well,
She needs to establish her tree, because the plan for conversion is they're gonna take the existing tree, load it into a temporary location to make sure everything's okay, and then move it to her existing tree.
And that's what's gonna happen there is, it's gonna technically go live on Monday, but live does work the same, it's a process for staff to start putting information in there.
And so remote access for citizens?
That's what we're saying September 1st, we're shooting for it.
So I guess the thing I would suggest is, as soon as you feel like access is there and you've got something in there, Councilman Schaffner would be a good test of seeing how it works.
Actually, I would be the best test. Actually, I would be the better test.
But I'm just saying, it seems like to me, you get some stuff out there, you start establishing your tree, you're comfortable to the point that at least we're seeing how things are working and.
That live that Stephen was talking about was, we're hoping that's when we go live for the public.
Yeah.
Staff internally will have access on Monday to start putting information in there.
Right, so we're scanning everything in, we're going through our records, we're trying to bring all that up, and then once we kind of get, did we decide on a date that we decided to go back, just January 1st, or that we went back?
For the records in the town tax office. Most of them are in monocular that are current, so those can be transferred over. So I don't see any complications with that, so we should have at least, a couple of years in there once the conversion is done.
Also, I got there was a complaint, like CCPD minutes, they can't find them, so I don't know if that's things also.
Yeah, that's something else, with that other boards and commission minutes.
Yeah.
We don't know.
So,
Okay.
Pebble Beach, the contractor was supposed to be out there yesterday. I don't think that happened, but they did go out there and fix the erosion control and the inlet protections where we had the issues. I know they've been working with that homeowner. I haven't heard of any issues. They've jumped right on that. They've got a contract. They know the dates. And if their sub isn't ready, then their sub isn't ready. I'm getting a little antsy, but because I see hot weather, and that's good weather. And so I'll keep you posted on that. And then the Holiday Inn, I've mentioned this before, they're making progress. They're slow. We've been meeting with their structural engineer, though, and working through those issues and questions that we've got and some of the things that we've observed and that they've observed. We've got a good relationship with that structural engineer, and we're not going to do something that's going to jeopardize the town and that development. We're going to hold them to the letter. And they keep saying mid-January opening, but man, they're really slow. I mean, Homewood Suites, I talked to that owner Friday. I mean, their framing on Friday was the second story. And I always tease that Homewood's going to catch them.
They will.
They really will, because Homewood has a very good contractor, and they know what they're doing, and they've been very good to work with. And so I have to give the property owner their credit there, because they have a good firm thus far working out there, and they work hard. So Holiday Inn is maybe it's slow and steady wins the race. I don't know. But well, they've got a race to open with corporate, so we'll see. Other than that, that's what we got.
Thanks, Stephen. All right. Item 24, items for future agenda do include discussion of agenda items for consideration on the upcoming regular session council agenda for July 28, 2015. Meeting and discussion of future agenda items to include discussion of the below items from the future agenda list. A, consider and take appropriate action regarding parking on Parkview and Park Lane and options for police department mitigation. And B, discussion of possible uses of hotel occupancy tax funds, including the ability to use the funds for Trophy Club Park.
I have an update on A.
All right, what's your update on A?
I talked to Chief Arata when he was leaving the meeting earlier tonight, and he said that they have a staff report ready on that one, and it'll be on the next appropriate agenda, whether that's 2 weeks or 4 weeks.
We were planning on the idea for the 28th, because there are some maybe larger discussion items, is to try to keep that agenda focused on a couple of items, and then we'll be ready for the August 11th council meeting to present this, because that's right in line with school. We're ready to go.
All right, and so if you look at your page 267, your tentative agenda for the 7/28, the item of discussion and action related to town garage sale, we're going to delay, and review of ordinance to allow golf carts, not including or other special vehicles. We're going to delay. The items that really are going to be focused on that agenda is we'll obviously be dealing with building issues and items, cost estimates, that kind of discussion. We'll be dealing with some charter amendment suggestions, or we'll have to at least give some direction at that time. And budget items, the deadline based on charter has to be presented to the council by August 1. Is that right? Or August what?
The budget?
Yeah.
The budget has to be turned into you by August 1st.
August 1st. So this will be our last chance to make any kind of adjustments to the budget at that meeting. So we're trying to basically eliminate anything else from this agenda so that those important items are dealt with. Does that seem okay for everybody? So building items, charter amendments, and budget items. Now, charter amendments, we actually don't have to call an election for those till following meeting.
August 11th.
So I don't
Same thing with the
know,
bond election.
But between now and then, you'll be receiving an email from me with those propositions saying that y'all can just be looking at.
okay. So it would be a chance to review those propositions before we actually call the election if you have them ready. Okay. So we're okay, everybody, with that? All right, so item B, I'm in favor of saying let's delay it till August, if that's okay with everybody, to have that presentation and discussion.
That's fine.
Does anybody have any vacation or travel plans in August? You're gone the first meeting?
It's on the 11th.
Okay, and that's the meeting that we have to call the bond election?
That's correct.
And charter.
And potentially a charter if that was something the council wanted to do.
Be in Boston.
I thought you were gonna Skype in, right?
Can't, I offered it if I have to.
Well, you can Skype in, but you have to be present for the entire meeting.
That's fine. But just know that, I mean, I can't, I'll be there. You know, I can't make any change in my plans, so.
That's fine, okay. So Stephen, let's just plan on the fact that we'll do that. Patricia's familiar with how we need to deal with the agenda for that. There is a setup that Mike has to do for people being able to see things. Are you going to be at a hotel where you have high-speed internet?
I'll have to ask my social director where we're gonna be in that.
Okay, all right. Well, anyway.
'Cause we're going to Boston, then we're going up to Vermont, but I don't know where.
Okay, all right.
Probably Vermont.
And
Actually, you know, there's a friend of mine that's a deputy sheriff up there, and I'll see if they have a high-speed special thing, then maybe that would make it easier. Oh, I'm gonna meet the governor.
Bernie Sanders, another man, right?
The guy said,
Can I see Bernie?
the guy said, you want your twins to meet the governor?
all right, so that says that 11th meeting, Stephen. We need to keep it shorter. So these other items that you're saying delay to the 11th, maybe we need to go past, because if we're going to do the bond,
And we'll have a
Charter.
community garden.
Oh, boy.
What's going on?
I scheduled
That
my
was the plan
vacation
to go on
around
11th.
council.
It's not to me, that is not a make or break.
Yeah,
We can put that
Let's
on the
push
next
it.
meeting.
Yeah.
okay.
I'll start, I mean, we're gonna, staff meeting, we look at agendas this far out, and so we'll start going through and saying, okay, what makes sense? What's gonna go here, and then we'll develop a draft agenda pretty soon and say, okay, here are some pretty big things, how do we wanna do this?
I mean, I don't want us to get in a situation where we're in this issue where you have 6 hours to reestablish the connection, or you have to adjourn.
Right.
No, I'll make sure that I'm somewhere that, on my end, it'll be perfect. On your end, that's what So, I mean, my cousin is a director of mission at the University of Vermont. So I'm just saying, that's what she is. So they should, one of those places should have very reliable.
It'll be better than a hotel. I'll tell you, hotel
Yeah,
internet's
that's what I'm saying.
terrible.
I'm gonna
Okay.
go
Yeah.
somewhere where.
Yeah.
All right. But I don't know what we'll do if you're not there to talk about all the bond and ask all those questions. You're going to have to,
Well, I'm just gonna interrupt you.
I'm just going to figure out how do I know you actually want to ask a
It's
question.
like I can't hear you. When you call me out of order, I'll just keep talking.
No, we got a mute button.
Well, it'll be a new experience. And that's the other item that I plan on talking to the senators and representatives about. That law doesn't help at all.
Bill is great at that. He only done it once. He only said about 2 words, so that.
Yeah, but the viewing angle is awful.
Well, I think my point is, why make somebody stay for the whole meeting?
Oh, yeah, just
I mean,
the
that-
parts that you need.
That's the ridiculous part.
I mean, I could get up and leave in the middle of the meeting, and if we still had a quorum, it'd
Right,
be
it
okay.
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, why doesn't that?
Might do that one night just to throw you on the curb.
Well, the whole meeting,
If you want to adjourn, we'll just leave.
Just kidding. Yeah, I have 4 people still here.
Well, okay, so the next pages are 268, 269. Any changes to this? We're getting out of here. No changes? Okay. So we are down to maybe a page that says adjourn. It is 12:37 and we are adjourned.